I know what that's from. That's from the movies, isn't it? And by the way, what time is it?
It's Podblast time!
Good evening. Yes, it's Podblast time. Little late getting started. As I'm live, it's midnight on a work night on Monday morning, Sunday night / Monday morning, but there's still a Sunday night NFL game going on, but it's not even close with the Buffalo Bills there. But anyway, I digress. You heard that opening music, which will probably be muted in due time by the Facebook bots. However, I don't care. Because he's finally here. Bond. James Bond. He's arrived. And man, did that new movie push the right buttons, in my opinion. No Time to Die finally opened, and I enjoyed the hell out of it. I saw it with Al Hardy out at a cinema in the Snellville, Georgia area called the Web Gen AMC on a screen called the Big D. I know that sounds dirty, but it's called the Big D for Dimension and Dolby Atmos, I think. And it was fantastic. This screen is enormous. That's why they call it the Big D. And I thought the movie was fantastic. We did a review. It's on the Nostalgic Podblast platforms, YouTube channel, and of course Apple Podcasts. But it's best to see the video because Al put together some really nice video treats, including the trailer and some still pictures and things like that. So it was really slickly produced. So, and we shared our thoughts on the movie along with Michael Hopkins, who saw it with us. He called in and offered his thoughts. So I don't want to go on and be repetitive for anyone that watched that review that we did. But you may be wondering, how did it perform this opening weekend money-wise with movie ticket sales? Well, No Time to Die, which cost $250 million. Again, that's $250 million to $300 million to produce before the marketing spend for, impression-based internet ads, TV ads, radio, et cetera, et cetera. That's how much it costs. Let's just say, including marketing, $350 million, right? And the length, by the way, is 2 hours, 43 minutes long. So that reduces the amount of times that theaters can show the latest Bond film. So far in the USA in its opening weekend, No Time to Die, the latest installment in the James Bond franchise, debuted to $56 million. And that's on 4,407 theaters domestically. And that falls somewhat short of expectations and signals that even one of the most storied brands in film history is still being forced to contend with a movie-going landscape that's been dramatically altered by the pandemic. However, what I do like is that MGM did not stream it simultaneously with the theatrical release. So you have to go to theaters right now to see it. And it was really, really good. And it's Daniel Craig's final film. I won't have any spoilers here. In our review, we spoiled the hell out of it. But I'm not going to offer any spoilers right now. Now, let's see. It was projected to earn $60 to $70 million in its first 3 days of release. Now, it's not a disaster, this box office total, but it's just a little low. And it has received positive reviews. So I think maybe the word of mouth will boost the ticket sales, I can only hope, in week 2. And in light of the ongoing pandemic, assessing digital box office results for No Time to Die isn't as clear-cut as it has been in the past. For some movies, especially during a public health crisis, an opening weekend of $56 million would be cause for great jubilation. But No Time to Die is no ordinary film, and it was delayed so many times. I think it was filmed in 2018, I believe. Don't quote me on that, but I think I'm right. 2018 and into 2019. But it, like I said, it carried a $250 million to $300 million production budget, to say nothing of the $100 million marketing spend. Add in the tens of millions that it costs to delay No Time to Die, which was supposed to premiere in April of 2020. Now, in review, I said 2019. I was wrong. So it was supposed to originally open, that's right, I remember now, hello, in April of 2020, before the pandemic altered those plans. And box office experts estimate that, conservatively, No Time to Die needs to gross at least $800 million at the global box office to make any money in its theatrical window. For Bond, James Bond, the franchise has numerous marketing partners and tie-ins with Rolex, Aston Martin, and more. By the way, the Aston Martin that's bulletproof is back, that we first saw in the third Bond film, Goldeneye, starring Sean Connery. There's a killer scene. I don't want to give anything away, but that car is just bad to the bone. So anyway, all those marketing tie-ins could help cushion potential losses. Ticket sales at the international box office will be a huge factor in terms of the profitability of No Time to Die. So far, audiences have been turning out overseas, where it has already made an impressive $145 million. Globally, the film has collected $313 million bucks. And the co-star, Lea Seydoux, that's the love interest for James Bond in this movie. And then Rami Malek, he plays the Bond villain, and he was the guy that played Freddie Mercury in the great Bohemian Rhapsody Queen biopic. He did a fantastic job, and he's really creepy in this movie as James Bond. In the very beginning, this is before the opening credit sequence, you see him in this mask, and he's terrorizing this little girl and her drunk, chain-smoking mom who's half passed out on a couch. That's right at the beginning of the movie, so I'm not giving much away, and I'm not going to give anything away in this broadcast about the film, except I will say I highly recommend it. But he was awesome as the creepy villain, and the movie has an awesome payoff too. So it's worth the wait. And I thought my ass would fall asleep and get pins and needles sitting for almost 3 hours, including previews, but it really has good pacing. Like I said, it pushed all the right buttons for me. Let's see. So at the domestic box office, No Time to Die start ranks below the recent series entries like 2015 Spectre, which opened at $70 million, and 2012's franchise high Skyfall, which did $88 million. This is in the USA alone. So the slightly muted results for No Time to Die are attributable to several factors, including hesitation among older audiences to return to theaters and its lengthy 2-hour, 45-minute runtime, which limited the number of screenings per day. It's also the first Hollywood tentpole with real competition at the box office. Sony's box office sequel, Venom, Let There Be Carnage, which is sort of a Spider-Man movie. Not really Spider-Man, it's Venom, who's a villain of Spider-Man. Sony owns the character of Spider-Man and the villains presently, and they lease it out to Disney for like the Avengers movies and the standalone Spider-Man movies. But Venom opened last weekend and has continued to pull in crowds, which may have cannibalized ticket sales for Bond, James Bond. With No Time to Die claiming the number one spot on the domestic North American, USA box office charts, the Venom follow-up slid to second place with $32 million in ticket sales in America, a figure that's more than many pandemic-era releases have made in their entire theatrical run. In total, Venom, Let There Be Carnage, which is the sequel to Venom, has generated a mighty $141 million in North America and $185 million worldwide. Not bad, not bad. Since Bond is a property that tends to skew towards older audiences, box office analysts haven't been discouraged by the turnout for No Time to Die. In general, older moviegoers don't make as much of an effort to watch a film on its opening weekend. They go later. They want the crowds to die down, especially nowadays. Exit polls indicate that 64% of ticket buyers were male and 57% were over the age of 35. It scored an A- cinema score, a positive sign for the movie's long-term prospects. That's with moviegoers and critics. One promising note for the future of moviegoing: 25% of ticket buyers returned to theaters for the first time in more than 18 months to see James Bond, according to United Artists Releasing, the company distributing No Time to Die in the U.S. Universal Pictures, which is owned by Comcast, and NBC is distributing the film in most international territories as well as in Canada. Quote, the audience is broad, with all age groups and segments well represented, including the 35-plus crowd who have been slow to return to the movies, says David A. Gross, who runs the movie consulting firm Franchise Entertainment Research. Quote, if anything, kept the film from overperforming this weekend, it's the younger groups who are less committed to the series of James Bond. In a distant third place on domestic charts was The Addams Family 2, which is a computer-generated cartoon movie, and it generated $10 million in its debut, bringing its North American total to $31.1 million. Okay, that wasn't its debut. I take that back. So it's done $31.1 million in America. The animated family comedy, also from MGM and United Artists Releasing, who released Bond, is being offered simultaneously on premium video-on-demand platforms. Well, there you go. That will affect ticket sales at the cinema. Disney's superhero adventure Shang-Chi and the Legend of the Ten Rings landed at number 4th place with $4.2 million in its 6th weekend in theaters. Globally, the Marvel comic book adaptation Shang-Chi has surpassed $400 million worldwide, making it the 6th highest grossing film of the year. With $212 million in North America ticket sales, it remains the biggest movie of 2021 at the box office. Yay, Marvel! Marvel Studios. The Many Saints of Newark, the prequel to The Sopranos, rounded out the top 5 with a paltry $1.4 million in its sophomore outing. That means second week of release. That puts ticket sales for the Warner Brothers movie, which premiered on HBO Max as well as in the theaters, at a dismal $7.4 million in revenue. And that movie, The Sopranos prequel, cost $50 million to make. So it's tracking to be a real bomb. Item. That 70s show is going to have a spinoff, That 90s Show, on Netflix. Netflix has ordered That 90s Show, a spinoff from the Fox sitcom That 70s Show, Variety has learned. Kurtwood Smith and Deborah Jo Rupp, who played the parents, Red and Kitty Foreman in the original series, are set to return in That 90s Show. Netflix has ordered 10 episodes of the show, which will be a multi-camera sitcom just like the original from back of the day on Fox. In the new series, it's the year 1995, and Leah, daughter of Eric and Donna, is visiting her grandparents for the summer, where she bonds with a new generation of Point Place, Wisconsin kids under the watchful eye of Kitty and the stern glare of Red. Original series creators Bonnie Turner and Terry Turner and their daughter Lindsay Turner are on board as writers and executive producers, with That 70 Show alum Greg Metler also writing, in addition to serving as executive producer and showrunner for That 90 Show. Smith and Rupp will executive produce in addition to starring. Let's see. There's a lot of industry jargon here that you wouldn't find that interesting. This is from Variety, Variety.com. The industry used to be in print. I think they're still in print, but now it's pretty much online only. You'll have these same executive producers. That 70 Show debuted on Fox in 1998, running for 8 seasons and 200 episodes. The show served as an early starring vehicle for actors like Topher Grace, Laura Prepon, you know the list, Ashton Kutcher, and I liked his show Punk'd on MTV. That was pretty funny, wasn't it? Talk about nostalgia. Anyway, you know the rest of the cast. It just was a good springboard for a lot of those young talents at the time. Tanya Roberts was in it, who is deceased, who was a former Bond girl in the last Roger Moore film, A View to a Kill. She appeared in That 70 Show. And this is not the first time that a number of That 70 Show stars have found themselves together at Netflix. Masterson and Kutcher would later go on to star in a Netflix comedy series, The Ranch, like Bunny Ranch. Rupp and Smith all made appearances on the series during its run. Item. A WandaVision spinoff starring Kathryn Hahn is in development at Disney Plus for Marvel Studios. Variety has learned exclusively from sources. Now, this was a secondary character. Kathryn Hahn played Agatha Harkness, who's in the comic books, the Fantastic Four issue 94, which introduced her. She's an older lady, and she was like for Franklin Richards, which is Reed Richards' son, she was like their nanny. And she has powers and stuff, kind of like a character in Bewitched, but they made her middle-aged in WandaVision. So anyway, Kathryn Hahn, who has been on shows like Chelsea Lately, we'll talk about Chelsea Handler later in the show, She was in Wanderlust, a lot of movies. She is very funny. She's primarily or was known as a comedic actress, and she had some great comedy in WandaVision as well. But Catherine Hahn will reprise the role of Agatha Harkness in the new series, which is described by sources as a dark comedy. There you go. Though exact plot details remain under wraps. WandaVision head writer would serve as the writer and executive producer on the project. Should the spinoff go forward, it would be the first project that Jack Schaefer has set up with Marvel since she signed an overall deal with them and 20th Television in May. 20th Television used to be Fox. Remember, I told you how Disney, you probably already knew this, but I've talked about it ad nauseum, how Disney bought the 20th Century Fox movie and TV library. So there you go. And as with all projects in development, Marvel Studios is staying mum on this one. In WandaVision, Han started out playing the role of Agnes. Wanda envisions nosy neighbor like Gladys Kravitz on the old Bewitched show before it was revealed that she was, in fact, Agatha, a powerful witch, kind of on the evil side. In the Marvel Comics and the series, Agatha is shown to have survived the Salem witch trials and is more than a match for Wanda, aka the Scarlet Witch. When viewers last saw her in the finale of WandaVision, Wanda traps Agatha in Westview, spoiler alert if you haven't seen it yet on Disney Plus, by using her powers to force her to revert to her Agnes persona, which is just like a nosy neighbor. She doesn't know who she is. She doesn't know she's a witch. Apparently immortal, because in WandaVision there was a flashback scene where she's about to get burned at the stake. And it was like, I think in the 1700s or something. WandaVision aired earlier this year from January to March. The show, the first live-action Marvel series to debut on Disney Plus streaming, was met with widespread acclaim upon its debut. That's not true, because at first a lot of Nimrods were complaining because it was in black and white, the first couple episodes, and it looked like a 1950s sitcom, like an I Love Lucy at first, in the first episode. And a lot of people, and it had a laugh track too, which everything was explained later. And I don't want to give it away if you haven't seen it yet, but you've got to trust the process when it comes to Marvel Studios. It ultimately racked up 23 Emmy nominations, WandaVision did, including one for Han as Best Supporting Actress in a Limited Series. One of the shows came in, this is so poorly written. I'm literally reading an article from Variety. It says, help me understand what they're trying to say. One of the shows win, singular. One of the shows win. I'm just going to read it as is. One of the shows win came in the Best Original Music and Lyrics category for the song Agatha All Along, which was used as part of the reveal that Han's character was not who she appeared to be. I guess it was supposed to say wins. Win. For Han, Variety exclusively reported that she is also set to star in a limited series in development at Showtime centered on the iconic comedian Joan Rivers. Her other upcoming projects include the Apple series The Shrink Next Door and the Rian Johnson feature Knives Out 2. I like Knives Out, the first one. Along with WandaVision, she previously earned an Emmy nomination for her time on Amazon's show Transparent. Here's some more industry jargon. She is repped by Lighthouse Management and Media Gersh, Shrek Rose, and Narrative. Okay. So thanks to Variety for that report. In my opinion, I don't know if this is going to work. And I'm contradicting myself a little bit because I just said trust the process when it comes to Marvel Studios, but they just promoted someone who I'm skeptical of, Victoria Alonso, who I reported last time was promoted to president of physical and post-production, visual effects, and animation production at Marvel. And she's the one that reportedly wants to do away with the name The X-Men, which is from 1963, Stanley Jack. Now, yes, times have changed, and there are a lot of female mutants, but there always have been. I mean, there's no need to change the name. I don't like change. I'm like Wayne Garth, in Wayne's World. I fear change. I don't like change. I don't like change. I guess I'm too old for change. I don't know. But, oh, wow. The writer of the show with Han about Agatha Harkness, the writer for that also worked on the Black Widow movie. Anyway, so the reason I think this won't work is Agatha Harkness was a supporting character, and she was like nails on a chalkboard irritating in WandaVision. Now, that was the point. That's why she is a great actress, okay? Han. She really is, and she was supposed to be annoying. I just don't know. I just can't see Harkness as a main character. I'll probably be proven wrong, but as of this moment, I just find the take they did on that character to be mega annoying, but we'll see. We will see. Item, speaking of the Black Widow, it's now included in the regular Disney Plus streaming service, so you don't have to pay extra to view it. Now, I have an update for you. Should have had this ready. Update, update, update.
This is Jeopardy!
Jeopardy champion Matt Emoto is headed towards winning $2 million. $2 million. This is Jeopardy! Matt already beat the record of most consecutive Jeopardy wins by professional Las Vegas gambler James Holzhauer, the guy with the goofy smile. And he may beat Ken Jennings' record for most money won on a game show ever. So I wish him all the luck in the world, Matt Emoto. He seems to be winning handily too, by $15,000 to $20,000 over the nearest competitor in second place. He's just killing it on Jeopardy. And it's a hell of a lot of fun to watch. And Mayim is doing a great job as host. I think she's really professional and doesn't get political or anything like that. I hate that. Because you could see, like, when Savannah Guthrie was guest hosting, I don't know, she just was kind of smug. Same with Katie Couric. Just host the show. And that's what Mayim's doing, and I'm really enjoying it. Now, I got a clip, another game show news of Vanna White. I've never seen her this fired up before. There's a show called Celebrity Wheel of Fortune that's on Sunday nights. Maybe you saw it tonight if you weren't watching Sunday Night NFL. I keep saying Monday Night NFL. It's Sunday. It's not technically Monday morning as I do this live. But I do have a funny clip, I think, of Caroline Ray. I don't know if you know who she is, but anyway, she was playing the game for charity. Celebrity Wheel of Fortune's on ABC, which is owned by Disney, Sunday nights, before Supermarket Sweep, the new version of Supermarket Sweep. Let me find this for you. And I love this clip of Vanna because she is so fired up. Let's see if I can get this to go right fast.
So during the break, the stage manager called you ma'am, and you said,
"Don't call me ma'am. It's Southern for no longer hot." You've never been called ma'am in your life. Yes, I have. You are ma'am-proof. I've been called ma'am. No, ma'am.
All right, girls. Here we go.
There we go.
You like girls?
I don't know if you could hear that. It's kind of weird audio, but Caroline Ray points to Vanna White. She goes, "You've never been called ma'am," meaning you're still hot, right? And she goes, "Yes, I have. I'm from the South. I'm from the South." I thought it was fun. You had to see it. Let me play that again. So that's what's going on there is during the break. You heard Pat Sajak introduce that. Maybe it's not as amusing as I'm making it out to be, but it was to me just hearing Vanna White get kind of emotional.
I am fine with girls.
Yeah, okay, all good.
Youthful, anything.
God dang it, I messed up.
It is exciting.
It is exciting.
So during the break, the stage manager called you ma'am, and you said,
"Don't call me ma'am. It's Southern for no longer hot." You've never been called ma'am in your life. Yes, I have. You are ma'am-proof. I've been called ma'am. No, ma'am.
all right, girls, here we go.
There we go.
You like girls? That seems a little
I am
sexist.
fine with girls.
Yeah, okay, all good.
Youthful, anything.
And he goes, "Okay, babe." That's what Patrick says in jest. But it was funny to see her facial expression. I guess it's more a visual clip. I'm from the South. I'm from the South. I think she's from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. But it was I was tickled by that little exchange. It was funny. Okay. Damn. It's already time for this. This takes up the bulk of the show time always. Time for birthdays. So, I'm going to cover birthdays from Friday through Tuesday. And I'm going to start with one who is a classic, awesome actress in so many projects that you know and love, both past and present, and some in the future too. And that's Sigourney Weaver. She's 72 years old. She was born Sunday, October 8th, 1949 in Manhattan, New York. And of course, you know her as Ripley in Alien and Aliens. And also she was in 1988's Working Girl, and in Galaxy Quest. And I think 1999 with Tim Allen. It was like a spoof on Star Trek The Next Generation. And you know, she's considered a pioneer of action heroines in science fiction films when she played Ellen Ripley in the Alien franchise. And she's often regarded as one of the most significant female protagonists in cinema history. She's earned several accolades, including an Academy Award nomination for the franchise's second installment, Aliens, in 1986. Sigourney Weaver is a 7-time Golden Globe Award nominee, and Weaver won both Best Actress in Drama and Best Supporting Actress in 1988 for her work in the films Gorillas in the Mist and Working Girl, with Harrison Ford and Melanie Griffith as the Working Girl. And Sigourney Weaver became the first person to win 2 acting Golden Globe Awards in the same year. She also received Academy Award nominations for both films. For her role in the film The Ice Storm in 1997, she won the BAFTA Award for Best Actress in a Supporting Role. I know a lot of you probably don't care about acting awards. I studied theater, so it means something to me. And it's my show, so sorry about this if you're bored to tears about it, but I've got to report this. Sigourney Weaver also received a Tony Award nomination. For those that don't know, that's for live stage performances, typically on Broadway in New York. So she received a Tony Award nomination for her work in the 1984 Broadway play Hurly Burly. Sigourney Weaver's other roles include Ghostbusters, of course, in 1984, Ghostbusters 2 in 89, Dave in 1993. I'll play a clip in a moment of Dave when she's being interviewed by Dave Letterman in one of his last NBC Late Night with David Letterman episodes. She also was in Death and the Maiden in 1994, Copycat in 1995, as I mentioned, Galaxy Quest in 99, Holes in 2003, 2003 as I like to say, WALL-E in 2008, Avatar in 2009, which is like the #1 grossing movie of all time because of a re-release in China recently. It overtook the Avengers Endgame. She was in Prayers for Bobby in 2009, Paul in 2011, The Cabin in the Woods in 2012. That's a great underrated movie. That was really a well-done spooky movie. Cabin in the Woods, and A Monster Calls in 2016. And she was in the television miniseries Political Animals in 2012 and The Defenders in 2017. I have a clip from way back in 1986 when Sigourney Weaver was promoting Aliens I'd like to play for you now. And here it is. And let's see who she's being interviewed by Brian Wade Garrison. Here it is.
Well, if you're going to take on an alien, you can take a blueprint from Sigourney Weaver here in that picture, because really, single-handedly, once again, you're called upon to defeat the forces of darkness. Question is, in this film, as in the last, the strong female presence who's ultimately victorious. I mean, this has got to be one of the great attractions for you. Was it a built-in factor in the second film? Was it always going to be that way, and was that what attracted you ultimately?
Well, I think what attracted me to this, the second movie, Aliens, is the fact that she's not strong in the beginning. In a way, she's a character out of time, and she's, I think, battle-weary, and she's disillusioned, and she's burned out. And the fact that it's because, really, of a reluctantly and against her better judgment, she's pulled back into a situation where she has to take over again. I could feel her mental exhaustion in a way. I could feel her forcing herself to do it, and it's really because of this little girl that she does it. But she's not anymore that same kind of rational, go-getter, eager beaver that she was in the first movie. All that is gone. It's really been killed off, you know.
Now, if you were the mother of that 9-year-old girl, or of a 9-year-old daughter, would you take her to see Aliens?
I don't think I would, but
kind of ironic,
it depends on the the little person. For instance, I felt Carrie Henn, who played the little girl, because she came from such a normal family and because she's such a hard-headed little girl, that she could play the part without it affecting her. You know, I think it was a very good thing for her. But in the beginning, I was worried. I thought if she does a really good job, maybe she'll be frightened, and maybe she'll have terrible nightmares. And actually she's very down to earth about all that. She'd say, "Oh, it just looks like a rubber chicken," you know. I mean, she was much less impressed by it all than I was. But I think you have to be. I mean, I am so impressionable. I cannot watch anything scary, or I really, no matter how stupid it is, I get scared for the next 2 or 3 days.
Anything in your youth that you saw on screen that just traumatized you practically?
Well, I remember we went to see The Light in the Forest and like Perry the Flying Squirrel or something, Walt Disney, and they had a coming attraction for The Fly. Or The Tingler, that's what it was. And
Vincent Price.
My parents were horrified because their children came home just sort of catatonic with fear about this the coming attraction they'd seen, and they thought, well, they shouldn't show those things if they're sending your kids to a Disney movie.
Well, did you go to any of those? Either on the sly or with their
No, because
approval?
I'm so easily frightened. I mean, Aliens is probably the one movie I can see without blinking an eye, you know, because I know what's going to happen. But The Exorcist took me years to see it, you know, and Halloween, I can't bear it, you know, anything that might happen, you know. At least Aliens takes place in space, you know.
Even though these pictures are showing women so resourceful and so effective that more than any other kind of motion picture being made today, oddly enough, the role models are there.
Yeah, that's true, that's true. And they're all pretty, I mean, I would say women's roles are getting much more interesting now. I mean, for instance, in Aliens, Vasquez is a great woman's part. You know, she's so tough. She's really the true.
Played by Jeanette Goldstein. By the way, James Cameron took that movie to the next level. I got to give some shout outs to some folks watching live, some night owls along with me here. I see Jason Wood. Hey, brother. What's up, brother? I see some comments from Michael Hopkins. Let's see. He says, I love Joan. Glad to hear someone is going to do. I love Joan Rivers. Glad to hear someone is going to do something to honor her memory. She was a tremendous comedian. I couldn't agree more, Michael. Joan Rivers was great. Jason Wood. Hey, man, give me a shout out. Well, there you go. And he says, got to love Chelsea Handler, smoking hot. I agree. And she's really funny, too. She said some things that kind of were a little off base for sure, but I do think she's funny. Let's get back to the rest of this clip because I think this is a pretty interesting interview considering it's way back in 1986 and she's saying things that are happening now with the movies and TV projects.
Soldier, besides perhaps Hicks that Michael Biehn plays, in the whole group, she's the toughest. And you know, you have Ripley who's sort of like not gun oriented, and then you have Vasquez who really is a heavy hitter.
Ripley takes on that giant suit device. How much of that was really an operational device?
Well, the man there was a man standing inside it, covered by sort of a seat cover, and we choreographed together with Jim our moves, and basically we had some hydraulics, but basically we were doing it, and it took some practice to get used to it. It is a sort of frightening thing because, first of all, I'm like in this iron cage. You know, if it falls over, I'll just be like squashed tuna fish or something. But I like that part of it because by that time, in the story, I had become a warrior. I had nothing left to lose. Exactly, and I liked having everything just disappear except that sort of samurai idea.
You must have had a lot of gags thrown at you about, Sigourney, aren't you tall enough already, or something like that?
Actually, I wasn't, but I would make a lot of jokes about myself being Rambo-Lena with all these guns, which I really detest guns, and I thought, how am I in this movie? You know, and I sort of read the script without even noticing the guns.
She detests
because
guns.
It doesn't
That's her right.
glorify them, except it does. It says you shouldn't depend on guns, and at the same time, aren't they beautiful? You know, so.
Just for the record now, the name Sigourney is so unusual, but maybe we have a recollection of it from a book we've read, huh?
Yes, I took it from The Great Gatsby by F. Scott Fitzgerald, and I must say it's sort of an eccentric thing to do, but I do think it's a pretty name, and I was looking for a longer name because I was so tall. I thought I needed like...
What is your reaction generally to a lot of the press hype that you've been getting for the last year or so about one of the new glamour women, one of the truly effective actresses?
Oh, really?
Do you look at that with some astonishment? Are you pleased secretly?
Oh, I'm pleased. I mean, I think I am perhaps glamorous today, but that's because we've all been working on it for... I mean, I wear very little makeup, and I never wear any jewelry.
Did somebody shear off your hair with scissors?
Yeah, they wanted me to wear the wig through the whole thing, and I said, you know, you don't understand how I can fly around with all these guns and this baby in my arms with a wig that'll be coming off mid-shot. So it was my idea to cut my hair, and I think it works much better. I think she should look physically different. It is as if sort of some of her strength is cut off, you know, like Samson.
Now, even though this is coming from
Lord.
a woman who does not like to go see horror pictures, for those who do, is this film going to scare them?
Well, I think it's pretty scary, and I think it's pretty funny. I enjoyed hearing the audience the other night sort of get involved and call up to the screen, and, you know, apparently when Newt says, "I'm scared," and I say, "Me too," one guy said, "Yeah, me too." You know, I mean, I think that's terrific. It's very, you really participate in this movie. You know, it's very visceral.
And the chief participant, the demolisher of the aliens,
Yes.
Sigourney Weaver, and from New York City. For KCTV5, I'm John Tibbetts.
All right, so she talked about her viewpoints there a little bit, and I heard that, you know, the little girl that she carries, it was a dummy. I don't think she could physically carry the actual actresses. At least that's what I read in Starlog magazine growing up. Oh, I have one other quick clip of Sigourney Weaver because I just think she's awesome as an actress and so pretty. Let's listen to her in 1993 with Dave Letterman.
This woman, don't you, Paul?
The audio quality's a
Been here a couple of times before.
little bad, but
Enjoy her work?
it's rare.
Greatest. Go to her films?
I love her work.
Okay. In her mini.
Oh, I do. I love a big, tall gal. There's nothing like it.
I don't think that's perhaps a reasonable way to refer to her.
Well, no, that's
a big, tall gal.
I have the utmost respect for her work, and I'm crazy about a big, tall gal.
Paul Schaefer's short like
an
me.
Enormous broad. Yeah, no, see? I said that to illustrate a point.
Yes, I know. You're right. We must treat her with respect.
Now let's see if she's still here.
Getting a cab.
In her mini-films, this woman has had to endure co-starring with aliens, ghosts, and politicians. You can currently see her as the president's wife in the feel-good hit Dave. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the First Lady, Sigourney Weaver. Here she is. To see you. Good to have you back. And my apologies not only for the remarks I made, but of course on behalf of my friend Paul.
Well, I've been to big, tall gal shops, so I think I qualify.
What exactly goes on in those big, tall gal shops?
The nostalgic Podblast. You're on the air. Who is this?
It'd be Jason.
Hey, what's going on? What's happening?
How you doing?
I'm doing fine, man. Just talking about James Bond and movies and geek shit. And what can I do you for, man?
Well, I heard that was going to bomb.
Yeah?
The Bond movie, yeah, I had the early word on it. It was going to bomb. And I actually do like him. He's not my favorite Bond character, but for some reason.
You mean actor that played Bond? You mean Daniel Craig's not your favorite? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. I was more of sorry, brain fart.
Sean Connery, Roger Moore.
Yeah, Sean Connery and Roger Moore. Those are my guys. But I do like Daniel Craig. I think he's a suitable person to be doing it at this time, and you know what I mean. 'Cause he's serious.
Right. Did you see the new movie yet?
No. I'm gonna catch it. I'm not gonna go pay $25 to go see it in the theater. But I will get it on my Chromecast.
All right. Well, you mean including refreshments? It costs that much? Because the tickets are like $10.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, for two people though, it's $20, and then and I sneak my beer and popcorn in.
Yeah. What are you in? Are you in the Atlanta, Georgia area? What state are you in?
I'm right here. You know I am.
Yeah, I didn't know. I wasn't sure if you. All right, you're in Sandy Springs. So have you ever been to the Sandy Springs Cinema and Tap House? It's at the old General Cinema at Parkside. Yeah, they got a bar there. That's a nice theater.
I'm less than a mile away from there.
Yeah, that's a killer theater. And they do have specials too. They have specials on tickets all the time. Just saying.
Oh yeah.
Do you remember Bill Tush?
Anyhow. Oh yeah.
He runs that theater. You probably know that though, but if you didn't, now you know.
Yeah. I know him.
Well, cool, man. Well, I appreciate you being out there, brother, and calling in. Is there anything? And I will call in. I forgot to call in Saturday night. I'm sorry about that. I want to be a part of the show.
Don't worry about it. Man Talk.
Hey, why don't plug your show, Man Talk? Right. Where can people hear your show Saturday night live? Live on Saturday night.
They can call in. It's 7 to 9 Eastern Standard Time. 718-508-9816.
Say it again, please.
And if you want Eastern Standard Time, 718-508-9816.
You the man. It's a funny show. You have a good cast of characters. A lot of them are in Florida and guys in New York. There's like 3 main hosts, right?
Yeah, there is. Well, yeah, I'm one of them, but we got. I'm more of a. I participate, but I'm not one of the main hosts. But I do the. I represent the ATL.
You're a contributor.
But we have people from, of course, you met Jeff up in New Jersey, and when you called in, and we were all on. But they really loved having you on.
Well, that's nice. I need to go and I want to listen to the playback of that. I still haven't done that. Thank you. Tell them I said thanks for the compliment, and I'll be there next Saturday for sure.
Please do, because we need people like that. You and Mr. Movie Guy are gonna love each other, and I mean that.
Yeah, and he wasn't on that Saturday. He took that week off, so I haven't had the pleasure.
You guys are both walking dictionaries and encyclopedias.
Well, I've been called a walking dick, but that's another story.
Well, you know what? Yeah, I have two because I have one. but actually, the point I'm making is, okay. But the point I'm trying to make, somebody's trying to tell me to quiet down a little bit. So I am. I don't know how loud. Do I sound very loud to you?
No, you do not.
Okay. Anyhow, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I can still hear you.
Okay. Anyhow, Mr. Movie Guy and you, I'm telling you, you guys are going to get you're like peas and carrots, as Forrest Gump would say.
Sounds good, man. Well, I will definitely be part of it Saturday, and I appreciate you calling, Jason Wood. I have a lot of material to cover, so I got to cut you loose if that's okay.
That's cool. That's cool, brother. I just want to tune in and catch your podcast.
Thank you.
And I'll be sure to get back in. I've got company in town, and so I'm going to get back to them. But I wanted to call in because I think you are utmost professional. Here comes the love. And thank you for calling into our show, and I'll get them to call into yours.
Perfect.
And we'll have a ball game.
Perfect. Thank you, Jason.
There you go. I have prayers to you too, sir.
All right, my brother. You have a good morning. Get some rest, and we will talk with you soon.
I will, because I got a badass day ahead of me tomorrow.
I hear you, man. Man, it takes me hours to prepare for this Podblast, as I call it, and I just got sidetracked with a lot of great games. You know, the Falcons are playing in England today as we're live. They won unbelievably over the. Well, it's kind of believable because the Jets suck as well. No, I'm kidding. But anyway, a lot of distractions. Yeah, lot of distractions today. So that's hence my late start. Plus, there's a guy who's I think he's listening or watching now. James Enstall. He has a major show on a major radio station, an FM station in St. Louis. His show's called Geek to Me Radio. He's on from 10 to 11. So I waited till he was off to start. Anyway, but thank you for calling, Jason. And you're the man. And I will talk with you Saturday. You gonna be part of the show Saturday too?
Yes, I will.
The Man Show.
I'll be there.
All right, man.
Man Talk.
Man Talk. Yep, my bad. The Man Talk Show.
Yeah. If anybody wants to call in, is welcome to call in. You can say anything you want. Just don't insult anybody.
That's it, man. Keep it respectful. Very good. Yeah, I got a lot of shit because I was joking about William Shatner going into space, and you know about that. My wife's at the bottom of the pool. I really offended several people on my personal Facebook page. I was just clowning around. I'm a fan of William Shatner, for God's sakes. Anyway, talk about it later. Oh, Lord.
Yeah, I got it. Well,
it's really not funny because the woman died. Anyway.
No, it's not funny at all.
Even though it's been since 1999, it's still not. There's no statute of limitation on that. It's terrible.
If you do me a favor, if you want, you can text me your personal number so that you and I can talk sometime.
Okay,
Yeah.
I will be happy to do that.
Okay. I'll go ahead. You want my
Well, let's do it offline. I'll send you a private message. I have to.
Yeah, you have my phone number on your computer now.
Right. I will, and I have caller ID, so I will reach out to you at a decent hour, and we'll exchange information.
That'll work fine, brother.
Thank you,
anyway,
Jason.
Love it.
Thank you.
You're very professional, and you have a blessed evening. And I will talk to you soon. Let's get together and have a cold one.
Sounds good, man. Peace out, Jason.
Okay.
God bless.
All right.
Bye.
All right.
Jason Wood, thank you for calling in. All right, we were talking about Sigourney Weaver. This audio is a bit rough on this clip, but I'll just play a little bit more of Sigourney Weaver with David Letterman from 1993 on Late Night with David Letterman on NBC. And then I'll cut it short because the audio quality is not really up to snuff. But I think there's some good moments in it. I wish I had better quality here.
Well, huge stores, big heavy hangers.
I like those heavy hanging gals.
I wanted to say that I love the top 10, and I thought if you ever do a beauty tip one, I saw a great one in the magazine. If you're going out on a big date, big tall gal, you fill your sink up with huge chunks of ice. This is Helen Gurley Brown. She runs
She's the best. She would know. Yes, absolutely.
And so you fill your sink up with ice and put water in, and then when it's like Arctic temperature, you put on a snorkel and you submerge your head for 20 minutes.
20 minutes?
20 minutes, which is a long time, and then your date arrives and you have frostbite and hypothermia. I don't know. It's a guaranteed, sure, great look.
Now, does your date arrive with the paramedics or after the paramedics? Who comes in to save your life if you're doing that?
It depends on how well he knows you.
Yeah.
I think most dates should arrive for the first date with a paramedic, just in case it's terribly exciting. With a big tall gal.
Yeah. You were talking about President Clinton being in town, and I guess tell us about your experience with
Well, it's quite exciting. I was going uptown with all the other New Yorkers grumbling about the president stopping traffic. And I went on a cross street, which was all barricaded, and there was no one around, and I saw the presidential limo, which I know what it looks like because I was in Dave, and that's one thing I know now that I didn't know before. And I saw, through the tinted glass, I saw our president, and I don't want to sound conceited, but I think there was no one around. I think he also went, he just seen, I think he's that First Lady Ellen Mitchell. Maybe he thought, I should give her a lift.
Yeah.
But no, I saw him, so it's very exciting.
Have you met the Clintons?
I haven't ever met them.
Yeah.
I sat next to Mario Cuomo once at a dinner, and
Mario Cuomo. Oh, here we go. He grabbed her.
I'm madly in love with him. He is amazing.
That's the daddy.
Really? Was Mario Cuomo?
I did, yes.
Is that right? What is there about the governor that kind of got your attention, got your interest?
Well, I don't know how much time we have, but he's very scintillating
Is that
conversation. Right? Absolutely. Very funny.
Yeah.
Very charming. And
All right, the audio is just a little rough on that clip, so I wanted to say a few more things about Sigourney Weaver. We'll move on to the next birthday person. Before Sigourney Weaver's on-screen breakthrough, she had primarily worked in theater and only did commercials and a few television roles, including an appearance on the soap opera Somerset and a small part in the 1977 Woody Allen comedy Annie Hall, which won Best Picture, I might add, in 1977 over Star Wars. So she had a part in Annie Hall. Her originally more substantial Annie Hall role was scaled back due to her commitment to the Durang play Titanic. Sigourney Weaver appeared 2 years later as Warrant Officer Lieutenant Ripley in Ridley Scott's blockbuster film Alien in 1979, a role initially, this is interesting, designated to co-star British-born actress Veronica Cartwright, who was the sister of Angela Cartwright, who played Penny on Lost in Space, and she was in the Danny Thomas Show with Little Linda and The Sound of Music. That's her sister, so Veronica Cartwright, who's in the movie. And she had, like, shorter hair, too, in the original Alien. And, oh, she has a great scream, Veronica Cartwright. I remember her in the 1978 remake of Invasion of the Body Snatchers. Remember the end where Donald Sutherland's character's been taken over? At the very end, the last shot of that movie. Anyway, Veronica Cartwright, sister of Angela Cartwright, was supposed to play Lieutenant Ripley until a late change in casting happened. Cartwright stated to World Entertainment News Network, WENN, that she was in England ready to start work on Alien when she discovered that she would be playing the navigator Lambert in the project. And Sigourney Weaver had been given the lead role of Ripley. And Weaver, as you know, reprised the role in 3 sequels of the Alien movie franchise: Aliens, Alien 3, and Alien Resurrection. Ty Burr of the Boston Globe states, quote, "One of the real pleasures of Alien is to watch the emergence of both Ellen Ripley as a character and Sigourney Weaver as a star." Another big birthday, Bruno Mars. He just turned 36. He was born Friday, October 8th. His birth name is Peter Gene Hernandez. He was born in Honolulu, Hawaii in 1985. And that was on a Tuesday. Forgive me, yeah, that was a Tuesday. And I like his music a lot. And Bruno Mars has a wide range of musical styles, including pop, R&B, funk, soul, reggae, hip-hop, disco, and rock. Mars is accompanied by his band, the Hooligans, who play a variety of instruments such as electric guitar, bass, piano, keyboards, drums, and horns, and also serve as backup singers and dancers. Bruno Mars has sold over 130 million records worldwide, making him one of the best-selling music artists of all time. He has released 8 #1 singles on the Billboard Hot 100 since his career launched in 2010, attaining his first 5 faster than any male artist since Elvis Presley. Bruno Mars became the first artist to receive 5 Diamond certified songs in the United States. Now, I liked his songs in the Rio animated movies that 20th Century Fox released, which is now Disney. Disney owns that. Maybe they'll resurrect that franchise. I liked Rio and Rio 2. Those are pretty cute animated movies for kids. But adults can like it too, like the Toy Story movies and, Cars, and the Rio movies were really well done, and they haven't made a new one in a while. I'm waiting on Rio 3, and now that Disney's in charge, maybe they'll produce that. Hopefully, they'll resurrect that franchise. I wish I could play some of the Bruno Mars songs, but that would be like bot suicide, and I'd have to pay a royalty. So anyway, happy birthday to Bruno Mars. I think his music and talent is immense. Here's another one. Paul Hogan is 82 years old. Do you remember Paul Hogan? Of course I have a clip of Paul. You may remember this line. Well, that's a knife. This is a knife. That's a knife. Let me play a commercial he did in 1986. This is Paul Hogan.
G'day. Canada sure is a sporting nation. This one's my favourite over here. Rap dancing. Of course, back home, our favourite sport is shark wrestling.
Shark wrestling?
Nothing better than sitting down to a few rounds of man versus hungry white pointer. With a drop of the amber nectar, Foster's.
White pointer?
Yeah. course, the hard part is getting the sharks into those tight little wrestling shorts.
That's my beer.
Now brewed here.
Foster's, now brewed here. Paul Hogan. He was born in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia on Sunday, October 8th, 1939. Of course, Paul Hogan, he's an Australian actor, comedian, film producer. Haven't seen him in the States much anymore. Television presenter and writer. He was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Original Screenplay and won the Golden Globe Award for Best Actor in a Motion Picture or Comedy for his performance as outback adventurer Michael Crocodile Dundee in Crocodile Dundee in 1986, the first in the Crocodile Dundee film series. And I have a clip with David Letterman. I feature a lot of clips because I was a huge fan of Late Night with David Letterman. And this is from 1986, September 23rd, 1986. Let me get right on it in my little clip machine here. Here we go.
Excited us tremendously, so much so that we've prepared this special tribute to our friends upstate New York and down in Louisiana. Our first guest tonight is Australia's top comedy star, and he makes his motion picture debut in a...
Warn you about, firstly, you're going to get wet. Because the place is surrounded by water. Oh, and you're going to have to learn to say good day. Because every day's a good day in Australia.
G'day, Paul.
G'day, love. Come on. Come and say good day. I'll slip an extra shrimp on the barbie for you.
Folks from down under, please say hello to Paul Hogan. Nice to see you. I think most people in this country have seen those ads, and I've certainly enjoyed them. What was the origin for those things? I guess you're probably tired of telling us about that, but people just didn't know about your country, right? You thought?
Yeah, I made them up. No, the only ads we had on for my country as a tourist destination in the US were talking koalas.
Mm-hmm.
And nobody wants to get on a plane with a koala flying it.
No, that... that seems dangerous somehow.
It's a long way to go just to see a zoo, so I figured that people go to you know, if I go round to your house because I like your company, not your furniture.
All right.
So I did these ads which invite you to come down there.
Yeah.
And they're coming down there in their millions.
It's really worked, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, now, right now, for example, we're just beginning our fall here. Today's the first day of autumn, and I guess in Australia it's your first day of spring. Yeah,
it's beautiful.
Spring is nice there. Now, do people actually use those terms that you use in the commercials? If I were to go to Sydney tomorrow, would people be talking that way?
Well, I'd be saying g'day.
Yeah.
Yeah. We speak English down there.
Yeah.
Better than New Yorkers do sometimes. But there's not that many differences in the language.
What was the other one? Shrimp on a Barbie?
Yeah, well, that's a prawn.
Prawn?
But you
now, what is a prawn exactly?
A prawn's a big shrimp. You call them shrimps, but, you know, we have them that big. So it seems wrong to call them a shrimp.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it? So you call them a prawn. Yeah. And the weather and the women, I understand, they say in Sydney and Melbourne are some of the most beautiful women in the world.
Well, you see that little girl on the on that commercial.
Yeah.
She's about a 3 in Australia.
Oh no.
Scale of 1 to 10.
Now, before you get into performing, excuse me, you were painting a bridge, right? You were a high iron worker,
Yeah.
whatever they call. Yeah. Where was that?
High steel construction. I was working on the Sydney Harbour Bridge.
Mm-hmm. And then how did you get into? I guess television was where you went, right?
That was my proper job. It's a long story. But that's interesting.
Good, because I'm really tired.
Oh, good.
You take all the time you want, Paul.
You sit there for a minute and I'll tell you. We had a television show. It's called New Faces, which was a show in which amateur talent got up and did their stuff, and a little panel of professional entertainers persecuted them.
They were judges?
Yes,
Yeah.
and they sat up there and said, you know, sorry about the cellulite, dear, and things like that.
Oh, they would actually make fun of them?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
They sort of tore them to pieces.
Mm-hmm.
It was like feeding the Christians to the lions every Sunday night.
A very popular show?
Very popular.
Yeah.
We're sick. And I just was watching it, and I wasn't in show business or anything, but I thought it was time that one of the Christians fought back. So I wrote him a letter saying I was a tap-dancing knife thrower. Knowing they'd think I was an idiot, and they said, oh, we can get this fool on and we can really humiliate him and have a picnic. So they got me on in like 2 weeks.
Did they audition you at all?
I refused to audition. And they thought, oh, he's a real idiot. You know, we're going to have a great time with him. And I got on, and to tap dance, I just tapped my foot and threw the knives away. And that was the tap dance and knife throw. And then I just adjudicated on these professionals. I just tore them to pieces.
And what kind of things did you say about them?
Well, it's the kind of things they said to the amateurs.
Yeah.
You know, picking out the bad-fitting rug and the tremolo in their voices and what was wrong with their performance.
Yeah.
But just the same stuff they did to everyone else. It wasn't funny.
It was funny?
No, it was vicious.
Vicious.
Yeah.
But did the studio audience react positively to that? Did they love it?
The whole country reacted positively.
Oh, that's great.
I didn't win the telequest.
Yeah. So the next day now, you're all of a sudden people know you all over the country?
Not quite that quick. The producer wanted me to come back, and I thought...
Oh, they wanted you to come back?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought, I've done a tap dance and knife thrower, so I'll go back as a shovel player. And a shovel player just bangs two shovels together.
Yeah.
You know, so the band would play, you know, da-da-da-da-da-da, and I'd go bang, throw them away, and prepare for them.
Yeah, and then you go back and do just more comedy.
Yeah, then I went back as a thunderbox player.
Thunderbox. What is a thunderbox?
Thunderbox is a big timber tea chest. You can only play it once.
It's a big, I'm sorry, a big timber...
It's like a tea chest.
A tea chest.
That's why they put tea in.
Yeah.
It's a big plywood box thing.
Oh, like a packing crate.
Yeah, and a packing crate, exactly. And to play it, you sort of had to run across the stage and drive your head into it.
I may drive my head into a wall if I listen to more of this clip. Now, I thought this was going to be a little bit better. Let me just give it another second. The interview's almost over anyway.
You can only play it once.
Sure.
One note.
Yeah. And then you're unconscious, the paramedics come, and the party's over.
Oh, no, I got a head like steel.
Hang on a second here, Paul. We'll do a commercial, right? Enormous, sir.
It's about the same size as USA.
And the population of the United States is 230, 240 million. The population of Australia is what?
16.
About 16 million. Yeah, that's
16
amazing.
people.
Yeah. And the origin of the country was a prison colony, correct?
Yeah, the dumb pommies, you know, the British.
The dumb pommies?
Yeah.
Why do we call them pommies?
POHM, prisoners of Her Majesty.
Oh, I see.
All the early British migrants come out there in like this. And my ancestors were slaves.
Yeah.
They thought it was like Devil's Island. And they said, we found this little island down south. And they sent all their convicts and all their rabble-rousers and all their rebels down there. And they didn't know it was a mighty big continent. All the criminals and the shifties and the rebels that escaped came to America. And all the ones that got caught went to Australia.
Yeah.
So I guess you're a bit sharper than we are.
And you have entertained for the Queen of England?
Yeah, she's all right. I've forgiven her.
She came to Australia, or you went to London?
I've done both.
And then what did you do for her?
I played the garbophone for her, which was an instrument that I invented, which was like a trash can that you could get a tune out of.
She must have been very proud.
But I did. There's sort of all those committees that follow royalty around were sort of a bit upset. They said I'd insulted her because I had a door prize at the Opera House, and the door prize was dinner at my place. And I sort of invited her and her husband to come to my place. I told her what bus to catch and how to handle the dogs when she got there and everything. And she didn't come.
Didn't show up?
No.
Yeah. That's too bad.
She's a good bird. I like her.
Yeah. So you never heard if she herself was personally insulted?
Oh, no, she was delighted. Yeah. She sent me a little note apologising for not coming. I think it's a problem with buses and things like that.
What? Now, your film, tell us what this is about. Crocodile Dundee, that's you, I'm guessing?
Yeah.
Yeah. And what do you do there?
Oh, it's a magic picture. I made my first visit here to New York about 2.5 years ago. And I went home to the Northern Territory, it sort of hit me that New York City and the Northern Territory, Australia, are the two extremes of the Western world. Far apart as you can get in every way. I got some mates up there that shoot crocodiles and dynamite fish and do stuff like that.
They dynamite fish?
Yeah. That's how you go fishing. You know?
Real sportsmen.
Yeah. And they won't go into Darwin because they say they can't stand the big city. And Darwin's got a population of about 50,000.
Yeah.
And I thought, I've got to get one of these guys to New York City. So I sat down and wrote this movie, which is about the two cultures, New York and...
It's doing well for you in Australia?
Oh, it's ridiculous. It's the biggest grossing film ever shown down there. Past E.T. in about 12 weeks.
Oh, no kidding?
I'm not kidding.
Well, that's very impressive.
Remember that movie, Crocodile Dundee? I got a quick clip. This is very brief from that movie with his great line. Oh, there's a knife. Here we go. Let's see if I can get this to load here. Yep. Remember he gets robbed, or there's an attempted robbery. This is from the first Crocodile Dundee movie from 1986. He's leaving a restaurant with his date.
You got a light, buddy?
Yeah, sure, kid.
Got a light for a cigarette? And your wallet.
Pulls out a switchblade.
Nick, give him your wallet.
What for?
He's got a knife.
That's not a knife. That's a knife.
Slices part of his jacket. His Beat It Michael Jackson jacket. Red leather. Shit. Oh, shit. And the bad guys
This kid's
take
having
off.
fun. You all right?
I'm always all right when I'm with you, Dundee.
Whatever happened to her? I haven't seen that lady much anymore. Even back then, she didn't do it. Kowalski or something? What was her name? Let me look that up right quick. I should have had that prepared. Can't remember her name. She didn't really amount to much after Crocodile Dundee. Crocodile, let's just Google it. Dundee cast. Yeah, she doesn't look the same. Linda Kozlowski. Yeah, she played Sue Carlton there. All right. So we got a big birthday coming up now. Chevy Chase is 78. Earlier this month, he turned 78, back on October 8th. And he was born Friday, October 8th, 1943 in Lower Manhattan, New York. And his real name is, get this, Chevy Chase's real name is Cornelius Crane Chase. And he's, of course, an American comedian, writer, and actor. Born into a prominent family, he had a variety of jobs before moving into comedy. Chevy Chase was also a member of an underground comedy ensemble called Channel One, which he co-founded back in 1967. Chevy Chase also wrote, this is interesting, a one-page spoof on Mission Impossible for Mad Magazine. And I remember seeing that. Actually, I saw a few things in Mad Magazine written by Chevy Chase, and I thought, is that the real Chevy Chase? This is when I was a kid, like maybe 11 years old. I thought, is that Chevy Chase from Foul Play? But no, he did. He wrote for Mad Magazine for a while in 1970, and he was a writer for the short-lived Smothers Brothers TV show Comeback in the spring of 1975. And Chase made his move to comedy as a full-time career by 1973 when he became a writer and cast member of the National Lampoon Radio Hour, a syndicated satirical radio series. The National Lampoon Radio Hour also featured John Belushi, Gilda Radner, Bill Murray, and Brian Doyle Murray, all of whom later became not ready for primetime players on NBC's Saturday Night, later retitled NBC's Saturday Night, and finally, Saturday Night Live. Chevy Chase and John Belushi also appeared in National Lampoon's off-Broadway review Lemmings, a sketch and musical send-up of popular youth culture in which Chevy Chase also played the drums and piano during the musical numbers. Chevy Chase appeared in the movie The Groove Tube, which was directed by another co-founder of Channel One, Ken Shapiro, featuring several Channel One sketches. Chevy Chase became a key cast member only for the very first season of Saturday Night Live, which started in October 1975, where his reoccurring Weekend Update segment became a staple of the show. He was the first anchorman in Weekend Update. As both performer and writer, Chevy Chase earned 3 Primetime Emmy Awards out of 5 nominations. During the first season of Saturday Night Live, Chevy Chase introduced every show except 2 with "Live from New York, it's Saturday night." The remark was often preceded by a pratfall, known as the Fall of the Week, and Chevy Chase became known for his skill at physical comedy. In one comedy sketch, he mimicked a real-life incident in which President Gerald Ford accidentally tripped while disembarking from Air Force One in Salzburg, Austria. This portrayal of President Ford as a bumbling klutz became a favorite device of Chevy Chase's and helped form the popular concept of Ford as being a clumsy man. What about the current president? Oh my God, they could do a really funny bit on him falling all over the place. In later years, Chevy Chase met and became friendly with President Ford. In late 1976, in the middle of the second season, Chevy Chase became the first member of the original cast to leave the show. While he landed starring roles in several films on the strength of his SNL fame, he asserted that the principal reason for his departure from SNL was the reluctance of his girlfriend, Jacqueline Carlin, to move to New York. Chevy Chase moved to Los Angeles, married Carlin, and was replaced by Bill Murray on SNL, although he made a few cameo appearances on the show during the second season. Chase hosted SNL 8 times until 1997 when he was banned after hitting Sherry O'Terry on the back of the head and harassing female writers. The ban appears to be lifted to hosting, however, as he appeared on the show's 25th anniversary special in 1999 and was interviewed for a 2005 NBC special on the first 5 years of SNL. Later appearances included a Caddyshack skit featuring Bill Murray, a 1997 episode with guest host Chris Farley, who we miss a lot, what a great comedian, as the land shark in a Weekend Update segment in 2001 and another Weekend Update segment in 2007, and in Justin Timberlake's monologue in 2013. Remember that time Timberlake did that funny skit, Cock in a Box? That was hilarious. He does a song in a cock in a box. Anyway. Yeah, so Chevy Chase was in Justin Timberlake's monologue in 2013 as a member of the Five Timers Club, where he was reunited with his Three Amigos co-stars Steve Martin and Martin Short. Chevy Chase also participated in the 40th anniversary special in February 2015 of Saturday Night Live. You know I got some clips coming up with Chevy Chase. He's a real heavy hitter, and I love a lot of his movies, as I'm sure you do as well. He has a reputation for being a bit of a hothead, and I have an old Howard Stern. I don't have this clip. Where Stuttering John is interviewing Chevy Chase, and Chevy Chase says, how would you like to have your dentist go into a higher tax bracket? Like, he basically threatens to knock his lights out. It was a funny bit. I should have pulled that clip from the old Howard Stern WWOR TV show from the late 80s and early 90s. So Chevy Chase had his first leading film role in the comedy Foul Play, opposite Goldie Hawn, earning him 2 Golden Globe nominations. And a fun fact, the role of Eric Otter Stratton in National Lampoon's Animal House was originally written with Chevy Chase in mind, but he turned the role down to work on Foul Play, and that role, of course, went to Tim Matheson instead in Animal House. Chevy Chase is further known for his portrayals of Clark W. Griswold in 5 National Lampoon Vacation films, and Irwin Fletch Fletcher in Fletch in 1985 and its sequel Fletch Lives in 1989. Other prominent roles include Caddyshack, You Take Drugs, Danny? Every day. Good. Seems Like Old Times in 1980 with the late Charles Grodin. That was a great film. I have it on 16 millimeter reel-to-reel film. Modern Problems, also have that on film in 1981. That movie was a turkey at the box office, and it's panned a lot, but it has some really funny moments in it and a really great cast. I love Dabney Coleman. He plays this southern jackass, pompous ass nemesis for Chevy Chase's character who gets powers thanks to a nuclear waste accident when he's driving. And, and the great Nell Carter. It's like her first movie role, I believe. She's so funny as Dorita. And I'll play a quick clip later. And, of course, Chevy Chase went on to do Spies Like Us, which I didn't care for that. 1985 with Dan Aykroyd. I thought that movie just missed the mark. Donna Douglas was in it. She's, of course, pretty. And that is Dan Aykroyd's real-life wife. But the following year, The Three Amigos was released in 1986 with Chevy Chase, and Man of the House in 1995. I like this movie. It had Farrah Fawcett. It was kind of a comeback role for both of them, and Jonathan Taylor Thomas played Farrah Fawcett's son, and he is Chevy Chase is after Farrah Fawcett, and of course, she has a kid from a previous marriage, so, the story is it's a Disney movie. He's got to warm up to the kid, and I really thought that movie was underrated, Man of the House. And then the movie, the panned Hot Tub Time Machine in 2010, Chevy Chase was in that. And Chevy Chase has hosted the Academy Awards twice, in 1987 and in 1988, 2 years back to back. And he briefly had his own late night talk show, The Chevy Chase Show, oh, that's a tongue twister, in 1993. It only lasted 6 weeks. And he also, of course, played the character of Pierce Hawthorne on the NBC comedy series Community from 2009 to 2014. Modern Problems, by the way, turns 40 this Christmas. It was released in Christmas in 1981, and I do want to play a clip of that movie. I think it's so underrated. Let me see where that clip is. In my clip machine. Well, here's the trailer to Modern Problems. I'm going to play this. It's not visual. It should have some decent audio for you. Thanks for listening. I'm Chance Bartels, by the way.
Chevy Chase is
This is the nostalgic Podblast. back this up. Now he plays an air traffic controller in Modern Problems who gets those powers due to a nuclear accident. He's in his car behind like a big tanker, like a fuel tanker, and it's got this green liquid coming out of the back of it, and it gets all over his car. He turns on the windshield wipers, and it gets on him, and he starts glowing. He goes home to his apartment, and he's like glowing green. And then he starts using telekinesis. It reminded me a little bit of Zapped, which came out after Modern Problems, but let's listen to the original preview for Modern Problems from way back in 1981, 40 years ago. Roll it.
Chevy Chase is Max Fiedler.
Got any tuna?
An air traffic controller who's losing control.
350. Oh, there, friend.
350 for tuna?
Copy your correction. Coming in at 350 from Tunis.
Not you, Tunas. Maintain 325.
He lives a modern life. With a modern girl. Modern friends. And modern
What seems to be the problem here?
What seems to be the problem here?
Well, his girlfriend moved out on him yesterday, and she took everything in the apartment, and now she's here with some guy.
That's fair enough. She wanted it, she took it, he let her.
Everybody dumps on Max.
Dabney Coleman there.
Until a nuclear shower gives him the power and a green light.
Oh, it's true.
To get even.
Max.
Now he's out of control. And about to make this the funniest Christmas ever.
This is demon powder.
So they think he's possessed. So Dorita, played by Nell Carter, puts this demon powder around him, and he starts snorting it like it's a drug or something. It's really funny.
Now, he touched that, he died.
Nobody knows.
Chevy Chase. He's got hot brains.
Like it.
Oh.
And modern problems. Hattie Darvinville.
Did you see that?
Mary Kate Place.
Hi, Max.
Nell Carter. And Dabney Coleman. Modern problems.
I blew it. I was a bad boy.
Modern problems. It'll glow on you.
That music is from the movie 9 to 5 in the animated series. This was a Fox movie, and so they recycled some of the music from 9 to 5, starring Dolly Parton, blah, blah, blah. That sequence was from the fantasy scene where they poison the coffee of the boss, Dabney Coleman. What was his name? His character name. Oh, someone in comments, please chime in. I know it. Anyway, I got to move on. The music in that movie, Modern Problems, it's a very unusual composer who's awesome, who's known for his TV work, Dominique Frontiere, who worked on the TV show 12 O'Clock High, Outer Limits, Season 1 in 1963 to 64, and The Invaders, a Quinn Martin production. And he did the music for that movie. This is a very quick clip of another scene from Modern Problems. This is where he snorts Dorita's demon powder, and she's laying it down as a way to get the curse out of him. She thinks he's possessed. The great Nell Carter. This is before Give Me a Break started, just before.
We can do this easy, or we can do it rough.
He's laying on the bed, and he looks wired.
Knuckles you is looking at.
These is knuckles you was looking at.
Your mama.
Obviously, the room starts shaking. Things start flying around the room. I like that music by Dominique Frontiere there.
Yo mama. Yo mama.
Dabney Coleman just starts randomly firing a gun at a wall in total panic. And now he stops, and all the objects fell to the ground harmlessly. And she's going to whip out the demon powder.
Told you that boy's sick.
Told you that boy's sick.
This is demon powder. touch that, he died.
Nobody knows.
Snorting it up. So bad. So bad it's good.
Yes! I like it.
Uh-oh. He sneezes.
Oh.
Anyway, I just love that clip, and I love that movie. I don't care what anybody says. Let's see here. Now, I already mentioned that Chevy Chase... Oh, I do want to play this clip. This is where he's promoting... Oh, this is when the first National Lampoon Vacation movie is going to be released back in 1983 with the great Johnny Carson. Let me find that for you right fast quick. I love this interview. I think both David Letterman and Johnny Carson were the best interviewers in the business. Let's see here. Yeah, here it is. And thank you to the Carson Enterprise team for letting me use this clip. This is awesome, I think. And I hope you do too. If I can get it to go in my little handy clip machine here.
Chevy Chase first came to national attention, of course, as one of the stars of the original Saturday Night Live show. And he's done a lot of movies since then. And his latest movie is called National Lampoon's Vacation. It opens, they say, all across the country. Next Friday. What's today, isn't it? No, next Friday would be next Friday. Today is Friday.
Today is this Friday.
That's right. Today's the 22nd. This opens the 29th, which would make it a week from today. Or
how exciting.
Next Friday. Mind starts to go in the heat. Would you welcome Chevy Chase?
Yeah!
Thank you very much. Good to see you. No, I prefer to stand.
Okay. That would be fun. Do the whole show standing up tonight. You brought me a gift.
Yes. I brought you several gifts. In this case, it's a guitar. I was just at the Neptune Society bash for Amelia. I know you play tennis, John.
Yes, I try to play well.
And I'm not going to give you this racket because this is the boron racket.
Well, that's very expensive.
Yeah, it's Vic Braden told me the other day. Vic is a tennis coach that I am now a $500 loser. But I thought I'd bring it out here and serve a few into the audience. Anybody wearing braces or anything?
You play well?
I play pretty well.
What do you mean? Would you be an A, B, C plus? I'll be honest now.
Right in there. I would say that as a club player, I would be a B plus.
Oh, that's very strong. Very strong player.
That would be boxing club. It wouldn't be tennis.
Of course.
But, Freddie asked me to come and show you how to serve, and I thought maybe you'd like a few pointers if you want to learn how to serve 100 miles an hour.
Hey, some people are commenting. Daniel, the phone number to call in is 770-438-1050. That's 770-438-1050 as we're live.
And I'm sure the band would be interested in seeing Ed Shaughnessy's bass drum go to waste.
That's right. You can do the accents.
Would you like me to do that? Or?
Sure, go right ahead.
All right.
Anything you want to do, Chevy.
Ed, are you all right? Go ahead.
I thought it was you.
Ed heard that, thought you were opening a bottle of wine. Ed perks up when he hears shh. Figures it's refreshment time. Okay.
Right. Let's get right to it.
Right.
First thing you do is remove your jacket.
That's right.
Ed?
Okay.
That's yours.
You want to do this here? Do you want to go center stage or?
Well, right here, I'd probably take Ed's teeth out.
Yeah, watch.
Where's good for you, right?
Whatever's good for you.
Okay, right here. Very good.
All right, this is kind of visual. I'm going to fast forward to the part about... Hang on a second. I'm going to fast forward to where they're talking about Vacation, which was just one of the best comedies that I ever saw. Hang on a second. Let me find that. I'm just going to advance ahead here. Past that visual where he's giving a tennis demonstration. This is terrible audio. I didn't watch the whole interview yet, so there we go.
So you want to play tennis? Yeah. We'll make a wager on this? I mean, do you play for fun or do you gamble?
I don't gamble. 40, 50 bucks would be fine. We might have nothing serious.
Per point? That'd be fine.
Per point.
Sure. So, the movie, you're a new father?
I am a new father. I have a 6-month daughter, 6-month-old daughter, and I'm very happy and delighted. And I know we have pictures. In fact, I actually brought one.
In a frame yet?
4 months.
Isn't that a little difficult to carry around with you, or most people have
it's
wallets.
uncomfortable
You carry
in the back
a loose
pocket.
side frame, yes.
I don't know what to do with it, but if you'd like to see her at 4 with Janie.
Why don't we show her?
Her name is Sydney Kathleen, and she is gorgeous.
And doing
more visual. Sorry about that.
I think she's trying to...
Taking after her father. Already the kid is going, la, la, la.
And I think we have a shot of her in the pool because we're teaching her to swim. In fact,
all right, I got to fast forward. What the hell's going on here?
There you are, and
there's me and Sid.
Yeah, that's sweet. You know,
God dang, man, I really dropped the ball with this clip.
We had the Lamaze method, and we did the Russian birthing method, which is an unusual thing, which is an underwater birthing method, because they are used to the womb. And we did it in the jacuzzi. It was a little rough.
Had the jets on at the time,
really
did you?
Yeah, sure. It was very fast, very fast.
But the fact that you were a former Olympic swimmer, I suppose, is good for the child.
It helped.
Teach her the basic strokes. Were you there in the delivery room as your child arrived?
Yes, I was. We went to the ABC, the Alternative Birth Center, for comedians, I gather. And it was 20 hours of labor, and Janie, who was a pentathlete, which is like a decathlete, except half. Her brothers were decathletes. Did Lamaze, no medication. And for anybody who is going to have a baby and wants to do it with that method, it's great because the father does get to be there and sweat off about 20 pounds. Yeah. And it's all breathing. And basically, because I think of her athletic background, she had the breathing down, controlled the pain all the way through.
That's great.
So that Sydney never had any medication, has been alert the whole time.
That's kind of a nice emotional thing also for the father to be closely like that.
It's great.
We're going to take a break, and we'll come back and talk to Dad here right after this. Thank you, Doc. We're talking with Chevy Chase.
Talk about the movie, please.
A movie called...
Thank you.
National Lampoon's Vacation, right?
Vacation. Mm-hmm.
I saw this poster here. Now, come on, tell me about this.
Well,
that looks to me a little...
poster along because I thought, what the heck? If you've ever seen merchandising for films or stars, it may be interesting to note that none of them look even remotely like the star they're supposed to be.
This is supposed to be Sabrina Kate Jackson. Not exactly like Kate Jackson.
Just like Kate, doesn't it? Here's a nice one of Jacqueline Smith, and I have one here of Farrah that just knocks me out, frankly.
More visual.
I'm willing to put out about 4 cents for that. And this makes Diana, I don't know, she's Arabian here or something. Look at this. So I figured...
Not too close.
What the heck?
That brought up the poster, did it?
Well, it sort of did, but here's one of my favorites that I just thought you might...
Talk about the movie, please. You're killing me.
I'll bet those are moving hot now.
Straightens out its own corners, I guess. I don't know what... So I figured our poster might be somewhat misleading. What the heck? These movies are selling, and what camera's good for you?
Now look, come on, now look at the poster.
He's holding up the National Lampoon Vacation. I really need to get some software like Al has.
Now go in on the face.
I do want to say that
He's holding up the tennis racket and the poster. Beverly D'Angelo is at one leg and Christy Brinkley on the other. Love that poster.
You have no pride at all, do you?
No pride and no shame.
I'm sure Al Hardy has 5 copies of that poster at home.
Does need any, as they say,
I might as well
set up?
Sure, I'll set it up real fast by saying that there are 2 surprises in this movie, among others. And one is that I am followed on this trip across country with my family by Christy Brinkley in a Ferrari.
Oh, me.
The other is that I have to take Aunt Edna, played by Imogene Coca, and her dog to Phoenix. Another sudden surprise. And it's one of those sort of pain-in-the-neck things we all can relate to. I guess that's what the clip is about.
All right. Watch the monitors.
Uh-oh. The bots are going to get me for this song. Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
Oh, God. The dog went on the picnic basket.
Imogene's dog. Imogene's dog.
Kind of a Noel Coward type of comedy there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Drawing room stuff.
Christy Brinkley is one of our fine actresses.
Yes, she is. All around her. You know, she may not be that great yet, but she will be because she's got the brains for it.
He made a motion like her breasts.
Of course, she's become an industry, that girl.
Yes, she has, and I got stock.
Her breasts are big.
Yeah, she has. She's gorgeous. She reminds me of Cheryl Teagues a little bit, except that she's younger. But
Yeah.
they almost look a bit
A little bit. Okay. We have to do a commercial here? Yes, we do. And we shall be back.
All right, I'm gonna cut that clip. It was a bit more visual than I remembered. I apologize for that. As I mentioned, well, I have actually one other clip. This is a better one because I think Chevy Chase is really important. And here he is with David Letterman from 1989 promoting Christmas Vacation. And I just love this interview. I think Dave is one of the best interviewers around. Let's see.
And I was doing construction work. I had the crap kicked out of me by some Hell's Angel type.
Really? They were picking plums also?
No, they were picking my pocket. They were just beating me up.
But
thrown in jail.
why? Why?
I was from the East. I had a crew cut. Some girl wanted me to read her poetry or some weird thing like that. I was an English major in college. I said no, and then I went to some dance, and a guy came up to me, about this tall, built like Belushi. And he handed me one under the... He just banged into me and said, excuse me. And then he said, let's step outside and talk about it. And handed me one under the chin. Took out my chin and my nose and everything. And I went outside with him because I was dazed. And wasn't thinking. And then they just, 5 of them just beat me up bad.
Well, I think...
Have you ever been beaten up?
It's pretty well known that the Hells Angels are always defending poets.
Yeah.
You know, they're...
I've always been on the side of Allen Ginsberg.
Yeah, they're a more sensitive group you won't run into. So now, do we have time to see a few minutes of this? Okay, this is your new movie, Fletch Lives.
You don't want to run it before I set it up, do you?
No, set it up first.
This
Take your
is
time.
Fletch Lives.
Fletch Lives.
Let me explain this. I'm actually in this shot that you're going to see.
Okay.
I'm in there as a fake, I'm in there as a faith healer. Where the hell it is, I don't know. I'm playing a faith healer in this, but this movie pokes a little bit of fun at the television as televangelist.
Right.
And this is a moment, a scene in which I'm...
Now, Fletch is a newspaper reporter.
Fletch is a newspaper reporter.
And a chameleon of sorts.
Yeah. Just play the clip. Get it over with.
All right, here we go. A couple of minutes from Fletch Lives.
Yeah.
Who's going to be the next one saved? Who's going to be the next...
T-Boo Ted Marshall.
T-Boo Ted Marshall.
He's having it fed, the dialogue fed into an earpiece.
Yes, indeed, Reverend. But how can God help my problem?
T-Boo Ted is a compulsive gambler.
T-Boo Ted, the first thing you gotta do is expose that problem. Excuse me? If you can't expose that problem, at least to your family, it grows, grows, and becomes an even bigger problem. That's true. I think you should expose that problem to us, right here, tonight. I want you to do it. The good Lord wants you to do it. You really think so? I know so. Do it. Do it now! Well, if you say so. Hard job, T-Boo. Put your pants on.
There you go.
And that was Ronald Lee Ermey, and he was a real Marine. He was a Marine drill instructor, and he did a lot of movies. Man, Full Metal Jacket. Anyway, well, the guy with a Southern accent.
This opens this weekend?
Opens this weekend. It's a very,
This
very
would be a
funny
big,
movie.
an Easter release. Is that what this is? Big
I don't
spring
believe this.
film?
I believe Easter would be a couple of weekends from now.
So we're still a couple of weekends
But
away?
we're hoping we'll last that long. Yeah.
I'm sure you will. And everything else in your life is good now, isn't it?
Everything is wonderful.
Yeah.
I'm especially happy to be here.
Well, we're happy to have you. And good to see you come back anytime. We should have dinner one night.
We should.
All right. We'll be right back.
The great Chevy Chase. And I mentioned that talk show that only lasted 6 weeks. I am going to play just a little bit of his opening monologue. This is from September 7th, 1993. And Fox originally asked Dolly Parton to host the new late night program. And that was, back then, the first since The Late Show starring Joan Rivers ended. And Dolly Parton turned the network down. And she had suggested Chevy Chase for the job. And Chase reportedly signed a $3 million deal with Fox to host the show. To clear room for Chevy Chase, Fox canceled the program that had been in Fox's late night slot at the time, the game show Studs. Days before the show's premiere, the name of the venue where the show was recorded was changed from the Aquarius Theater to the Chevy Chase Theater. And Fox spent $1 million in renovating that theater. Now, I want to play a little bit of the opening monologue from the first episode of the Chevy Chase Show. And then I'll move on to someone else who's also from Saturday Night Live, who just had a birthday. Chevy's taken to the stage. He shoots a basket into a hoop on the set. And the set is massive. That $1 million in renovations, it was a gorgeous, gorgeous stage. Huge crowd.
Thank you very much.
6 weeks. It only lasted 6 weeks.
All right, please.
Chevy.
Please. Sit down. Hey. If I knew you were going to be this enthusiastic, I would have rehearsed. You know, boy, I'm so excited. A lot of people wondered why I wanted to do my own TV show, and I confess I'm one of them. But I think the moment I knew I wanted to get back on TV was the day my daughters tied me up and made me watch Oh Heavenly Dog twice. Anyway, after all the fuss and hype last week over that other late-night TV show, I finally got to see it. You know something? It just isn't funny. I didn't laugh once, except at his hair. And that's why I predict right here and now that my show is going to kick Ted Koppel's ass.
It didn't.
But we have a great show. We have a great show for you tonight.
What a weak
My
monologue.
old friend and co-star is here, Oscar winner Goldie Hawn. Also, another Oscar winner and good friend, Whoopi Goldberg. Plus the man who won a special Oscar for basketball, Sam Archer.
So that's how that was, and it just didn't make it. So salute to Chevy Chase, one of my favorite actors and comedians. I don't care about his personal stuff. I hear a lot of people have said he's kind of an a-hole, but man, I think his movies are just great. And I disagree. Someone in chat said, "Oh, Modern Problems, I fell asleep in the theater." Well, if you fell asleep, you didn't see some of the better lines. I agree. It is a bad movie, but it has its moments, and who steals the show is Dabney Coleman as that jackass. He's like an author and a bullshit artist. Partial list of my favorite things. My interview in Playboy, women on beaches. It sees Chevy Chase's girlfriend and just goes in for the kill. He's a total creep in that movie. All right, so next on my list of birthdays, Darrell Hammond is 66. He was born in Melbourne, Florida on Saturday, October 8th, 1955. Of course, he's a stand-up comedian and impressionist, and he was a regular cast member on Saturday Night Live from 1995 up until 2009. And he's been its announcer since 2014. Upon his departure, Darrell Hammond, at age 53, was the oldest cast member in the show's history. Hammond made more SNL appearances than any other cast member and impersonated more than 107 celebrities, with Bill Clinton as his most frequent impression. And you know who else did Clinton before he was shot to death by his psycho wife? Was Phil Hartman. He did the best Clinton I'd ever heard. On September 19th, 2014, Darrell Hammond was announced as the new announcer of SNL, replacing Don Pardo, who had died the month before. Darrell Hammond married his wife Elizabeth in 1990, divorced her in 94, and then remarried her in 1997, and then divorced her again in 2011. And they had one kid in 1998. Here's a big-time heavenly birthday, October 9th, to John Lennon. John Lennon, the great John Lennon, the poet, was born Wednesday, October 9th, 1940 in Liverpool, England. Of course, John Lennon was the founder, co-songwriter, co-lead vocalist, and rhythm guitarist of The Beatles. His songwriting partnership with Paul McCartney remains the most successful in history. In 1969, John Lennon started the Plastic Ono Band with his second wife, Yoko Ono, after the Beatles disbanded in 1970. Lennon continued his solo music career as a solo artist and as Ono's collaborator. Lennon became involved in the skiffle craze as a teenager. In 1956, he formed his first band, the Quarrymen, which evolved into the Beatles in 1960. John Lennon was initially the group's leader, a role gradually ceded to Paul McCartney. John Lennon was characterized for his rebellious nature and wit in his music, writing, drawings, and on film and in interviews. I'm going to play an interview in just a moment, a very prolific one, that Tom Snyder aired the day after he was murdered. In the mid-1960s, John Lennon had two books published, one titled In His Own Right, spelled with a W, like to write something, In His Own Right, and A Spaniard in the Works, both collections of nonsense writings and line drawings. Starting with 1967's All You Need Is Love, his songs were adopted as anthems by the anti-war movement and the larger counterculture. As a performer, writer, or co-writer, John Lennon had 25 number-one singles in the Billboard Hot 100 chart. Double Fantasy was his best-selling album, and it won the 1981 Grammy Award for Album of the Year. In 1982, John Lennon was honored with the Brit Award for Outstanding Contribution to Music. In 2002, Lennon was voted 8th in the BBC poll of the 100 Greatest Britons. Rolling Stone ranked John Lennon as the 5th greatest singer and 38th greatest artist of all time. John Lennon was inducted into the Songwriters Hall of Fame in 1997 and in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame twice, as a member of the Beatles in 1988 and as a solo artist in 1994. Unbelievably, John Lennon was murdered on Monday, December 8th, 1980, when he was just 40 years old. I won't mention the killer's name. Now, here's a clip of a John Lennon interview on The Tomorrow Show that I want to play, and then we'll move on to the next birthday. And it's another musician coming up. But this is the world reacted, and of course we know about Howard Cosell announcing the murder of John Lennon during Monday Night Football, because it was a Monday when he was killed. But I want to play this very prolific interview and listen to what Tom Snyder has to say at the start of this interview. I'll just play a little bit of it and we'll move on, because it is getting late.
You see, having gone through the Beatlemania thing, nowadays it's nothing like that. I mean, I can walk down the street and somebody will say, "Oh, hi, John," and they usually say, "How's your immigration?" You know, if it's in New York, right? And they don't hassle me. I might sign one autograph, two autographs, you know? And I don't get hassled. And I went through that period where I actually couldn't go anywhere. And so now it's like heaven. I can go and eat. We go and eat. We go to the movies. We go wherever we want.
John Lennon was walking down a street on the west side of New York last night between 10 and 11 o'clock Eastern Time when he was shot down by an assailant. He is dead tonight in a senseless and terrible, terrible moment. The interview that you just saw, the portion of that interview, was first recorded here in New York at the NBC studios during April of 1975. And to this day, the John Lennon Show, as it is called in the Tomorrow series, is still one of the most often requested programs for repeat purposes. And we're going to run the entire interview tonight, not because it's a terrific interview or it's terribly entertaining or enlightening. It is, after all, 5 years old, but curiously, it turns out that possibly this interview was the last television interview that John Lennon ever did. It contains no historic information, nothing terribly new, but after all, it is a little bit of stuff and substance of a man who was part of a change, a revolution, if you will, in popular music back during the 1960s And during the 1970s, John Lennon found a new lifestyle for himself, which he will discuss during this interview. A bit later on, we have Lisa Robinson, who did one of the last interviews with John Lennon, which will appear in the New York Times syndication service later on. And Mr. Jack Douglas, who produced John and Yoko Ono's current album, Double Fantasy, who was with John and Yoko shortly before his tragic death here in New York last night. We'll be right back to run the 1975 interview with John Lennon after these announcements, and I hope that you'll all stay with us. We'll be back here in about 2 minutes and 5 seconds. Promised, here is John Lennon, and a little bit later on in the program we'll talk about the possibility of his having to leave the United States, and at that time his attorney, Mr. Leon Wilds, will join us to make certain that John or I make no mistakes in the legalities. But I welcome you here, and I'm glad that you're here. As I said at the outset, back in 1964, after the cataclysmic arrival of the Beatles here in the United States and the great popularity you had on the Ed Sullivan program and others, there were many people who did not really understand what you were doing, and they thought then that your hair was long and that you looked modish, you know, and you were revolutionary. Does it surprise you at all that it took so many of us such a long time to get into your act and to realize what you were doing?
No, it was mainly parents, and they were against rock and roll, you know. Anyway, before the Beatles came along. I mean, people have been trying to stamp out rock and roll since it started.
Why do you think that is? What are they afraid of?
I always thought it was because it came from black music, and the words had a lot of double entendre in the early days. And it was sort of, you know, the white kids, our white, nice wasps are going to go crazy with all this moving their bodies. You know, and the music got to your body, and the Beatles just carried it a bit further, made it a little more white even than Elvis did, because we were English, you know. And people couldn't hear it. That's why they didn't understand it.
Well, that brings up an interesting point. You know, one could never understand the words until one sat down with the record album. I went to a couple of your personal appearances, including one in, I think, in Philadelphia in 1965 in an outdoor location.
Oh, yeah.
And there was so much screaming and so much carrying on. And did that bother you at all when you were doing those concerts? That people couldn't hear your music, that all they heard was themselves screaming?
It got a little boring. I mean, it was great when it first happened. When you'd come on, there'd just be nothing but wah, you know. But then we just became like lip syncing, you know, miming. And sometimes things would break down and nobody'd know. And so it wasn't doing the music any good, you know.
When you guys were in the dressing rooms after these concerts, or when you were in the dressing room after the Ed Sullivan show, where, my heavens, young people were just almost flinging themselves on stage, didn't you ever wonder, are these people crazy? Are we that good? Can we really produce this kind of reaction in people?
We didn't think whether we're that good or not. You've got to think you're good to do what we did, you know. It was like being in the eye of a hurricane, and so there was never a time when you thought, what's going on? And that was about as deep as it got. What is happening, or what, you know, you'd suddenly wake up in the middle of a concert or a happening, and think, what, how did I get here, you know? The last thing I remember was playing music in a club, and the next minute this. But we never thought about it too much, because it was an ongoing thing. It was happening to us, and it was hard to see, you know. We were just in the middle, being ushered from room to room.
As I recall, there were fan clubs or clubs of followers formed for each of the individuals in the organization.
Well, it was mainly a Beatle club, but, you know, they sort of fanned it out a little just to keep the...
And I'm just wondering how unified any group can be. And I'm not singling out the group that you belong to, the Beatles, but how unified can any group be when the audience has certain favorites? Maybe they like Paul more than they like John, or something like that. And I wonder, I got right to it, didn't I? Yeah. I just wondered if it's awfully difficult to be friends, and do you really care about whether or not you're friends when you are a group such as the Beatles, or whether you're the Rolling Stones or whoever?
We didn't break up because we weren't friends. We just broke up out of sheer boredom, you know. And boredom creates tension.
How can you get bored doing what you did?
Because it was not going anywhere, you know. We'd stopped touring, and we'd just sort of say, time to make an album, you know, go in the studio, and the same four of us would be looking at each other and playing the same licks.
And those silly haircuts, yeah.
Those silly haircuts that you have now. You see,
Yeah.
notice he's got his now. And we were very good friends, and we've known each other since we were 15, you know, and we got over all the actual fighting, the real nitty-gritty, dirty, you know, stuff, which had nothing to do with how popular we were. The same popularity, meaning Paul was always more popular than the rest of us, was going down in the dance halls in Liverpool, so it didn't come as any big surprise, you know. I mean, the kids saw him, the girls would go, ooh, ooh, you know, right away. So we knew where the score was there. But it was a group, it was the music that was interesting, that was important, not who was, you know, as long as we were, you know, going forward and going somewhere, it didn't matter.
But all of a sudden, there just
Right,
wasn't any further progress. It was the same old over and over again. So
Yeah, it just got like a marriage that doesn't work or something.
Now, there are...
Yeah. It's a great interview. I highly recommend it. It's on YouTube, and just look up John Lennon at The Tomorrow Show. And the YouTuber that uploaded it, their channel is the MM Productees. The MM Productees. And it's spelled Producties. The 2 M's capital Productees. And it's John Lennon on The Tomorrow Show. It's just a great interview and a great loss to the world when he was taken out by a sick, demented psycho. So next up, let's get on a happier note. This gentleman's still alive, and I like his music a lot. Jackson Browne turned 73 on October 9th. He was born on Saturday, October 9th, 1948, in Heidelberg, Germany. Encouraged by his successes writing songs for others, Jackson Browne released his self-titled debut album in 1972, which spawned 2 top 40 hits of its own, Doctor My Eyes and Rock Me on the Water. For his debut album, as well as for the next several albums and concert tours, Jackson Browne started working closely with The Section, a prolific session band that also worked with a number of other prominent singer-songwriters of the era. His second album, For Every Man, with The Section, was released in 1973, and while it lacked an enduring single, it's been retrospectively assessed as some of his best work, appearing highly on several best album of all times lists, the best albums of all time lists. His third album, Late for the Sky, was his most successful to that point, peaking at number 14 on the Billboard 200 album chart and earning Browne his first Grammy nomination for Album of the Year. Jackson Browne's fourth album, The Pretender, continued the pattern of each album topping the previous by peaking at number 5 on the album chart and spawned the hit singles Here Come Those Tears Again and The Pretender. It would be the 1977 album Running on Empty. That's my favorite song by Jackson Browne. I'm going to play a little bit of it in a second. I saw him in concert, by the way, and he still got it. He was really great. I saw him a few years ago at Chastain Park here in the Atlanta, Georgia area, and he was just phenomenal. Let me pull up that song as I give you some more liner notes here. There we go. I just don't want to have a problem with the bots. It's always an issue with the bots. This is a concert version, so hopefully I'll get away with it. But it would be the 1977 album Running on Empty, however, that would be his signature work, peaking at number 3 on the album chart and remaining there for over a year. It was both a live album and a concept album. The songs on the album explore the themes of life as a touring musician, and the album was recorded both on stage and in places touring musicians spend time when they're not playing, such as hotel rooms, backstage, and in one case, on a moving tour bus. The album produced 2 top 40 singles, Running on Empty and The Loadout, Stay. And many other tracks became popular radio hits of the time. Let's listen to a little bit of Running on Empty. This is from 1979, a live performance by Jackson Browne, performing Running on Empty. love that. Running on empty, running dry, running into the sun. Oh, let him sing. Running into the sun, but I'm running behind. You gotta do what you can just to keep your love alive. Bum, 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 bum. Trying not to confuse it with what you do to survive. At 69, I was 21, and I called the road my own. I don't know when that road turned onto the road I'm on. Running down, running on empty, running dry. Running into the sun, but I'm running behind. Yeah. Killer guitar.
Everyone I know, everywhere I go, people need some reason to believe. I don't know about anyone but me. If it takes all night, that'll be alright. If I can get you to smile before I leave. Looking out at the road rushing under my wheel. Yeah. I don't know how to tell you just how crazy this life feels. I look around for the friends that I used to turn to to pull me through. Looking into their eyes, I see them running too. Running on empty, running dry. Running into the sun, but I'm running behind. Honey, you really tempt me. The way you look so kind. I wanna know who you are, but I'm running behind.
I better cut it now. Jackson Browne. That's a great driving song, of course. Running on Empty. For Jackson Browne, successful albums continued through the 1980s, including the 1980 album Holdout, his only #1 album. The non-album single titled Somebody's Baby, which was used in the film Fast Times at Ridgemont High, and 1983's Lawyers in Love, which included the hit single Tender as the Night. In 1986, Jackson Browne released Lives in the Balance, which had several radio hits and included the introspective In the Shape of a Heart, which was inspired by the suicide of his first wife a decade prior. Jackson Browne was inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2004. Next, happy birthday to Scott Bakula, the actor. He's 67 years old. He was born in St. Louis, Missouri on Saturday, October 9th, 1954. Scott Bakula is best known as the star of the sci-fi TV shows Quantum Leap and Star Trek Enterprise, in which he played the captain. Bakula also starred in the comedy drama series Men of a Certain Age and guest starred in the second and third seasons of NBC's show Chuck as the title character's father, Stephen J. Bartels. From 2014 to 2015, Scott Bakula played entrepreneur Lynn on the HBO show Looking. From 2014 to 2021, he portrayed Special Agent Dwayne King Pride on NCIS New Orleans on CBS. One-time movie Superman Brandon Routh from the 2006 movie Superman Returns is 42. He was born Tuesday, October 9th, 1979 in Des Moines, Iowa. Here's a good one in the comic book realm. Jim Starlin turned 72 back on October 9th. He was born Sunday, October 9th, 1949 in Detroit, Michigan. He had a Catholic upbringing, and in the 1960s, Jim Starlin, who is a writer and artist, he served as an aviation photographer in the U.S. Navy in Vietnam. During his off-duty time, Jim Starlin drew and submitted for various comics. Jim Starlin created the character of Thanos in 1972 with the character's first appearance in Iron Man issue number 55, which I'll show on camera. If you're listening on fistfulofradio.com or on Apple or any of the podcast platforms, if you go to our YouTube channel, The Nostalgic, with a C, Nostalgic Podblast, please subscribe to the channel, and you can see the video. You can skim through it and see the collectibles and things that I'm holding up for the camera, like Iron Man number 55. Issue 55 is quite a semi-valuable comic book. My copy is currently ungraded. But this Iron Man issue 55, which introduced Thanos and some other characters, hit the newsstands in November 1972 with a February 1973 cover date. And the cover date, by the way, was always 3 months ahead of real time for magazine and comic book distribution purposes. Josh Brolin, the son of actor James Brolin from the Amityville Horror and other projects, portrayed Thanos in Avengers Infinity War in 2018, and its follow-up, Avengers Endgame, in 2019, the number 2 grossing film of all time, behind Avatar, which was re-released in China recently. Beginning his comic book writing and art career in the early 1970s, Jim Starlin is best known for space opera stories and for revamping the Marvel Comics characters Captain Marvel, who was a man originally, female in the movies, and Adam Warlock, and for creating and co-creating the Marvel characters, like I mentioned, Thanos, Drax the Destroyer, Gamora, and she's the green lady from Guardians of the Galaxy, the green woman, and anyway, and he created Shang-Chi, the Master of Kung Fu, which is in theaters now. And Jim Starlin had a cameo in Avengers Endgame in a scene where people are coping with their loved ones that disappeared. And later, Jim Starlin worked for DC Comics, a competitor of Marvel Comics, and he drew many of their iconic characters, including Darkseid and other characters from Jack Kirby's Fourth World. And he also had something to do with that he scripted the death of Jason Todd, the second Robin to Batman. And they asked, there was a campaign where they asked the readers, do you want this guy to die? And they voted yes, kill off Jason Todd as Robin. And so Jim Starlin wrote that story. During his run on Batman for Epic Illustrated, he created his own character. Oh, during his run on Batman, yeah, he killed Jason Todd. Yes, I can read. For Epic Illustrated, he created his own character, Dreadstar. And this is pretty notable for comic nerds and non-nerds alike. Jim Starlin wrote and illustrated the very first Marvel Comics graphic novel I'll show on camera in 1982, titled The Death of Captain Marvel. What was interesting about that is that the superhero died of cancer. So they had he wrote a real life problem for a superhero who was powerful. He got cancer just like anyone else. Before the camera now, you can see The Death of Captain Marvel graphic novel, written and illustrated by Jim Starlin. That's a first print edition. And then here's Dreadstar. Whoa, almost fell over. I'm going to show you also Dreadstar that I mentioned for Epic Illustrated. And this was the third graphic novel for Marvel Comics back in 1983. So there's The Death of Captain Marvel, of cancer. And here's Dreadstar on camera now. And Jim Starlin, of course, is still alive. Like I said, he just turned 72 years old. So moving on to another actor and game show host and one of the cast members of Seinfeld, John O'Hurley. He also was born October 9th. He was born Saturday, October 9th, 1954 in Maine. As I said, he's a former Seinfeld cast member as Elaine's boss and a former Family Feud host just before Steve Harvey took over. On October 10th, oh, this is a big birthday. Diamond Dave, David Lee Roth, the original frontman of Van Halen, was born in Bloomington, Indiana. Have a quick clip from January 1985 in his heyday when he was launching his solo career, around the time when he quit Van Halen before Sammy Hagar took over. And here he is, of course, with David Letterman in 1985. Let me get that clip for you right fast quick. Thank you for hanging with me. Had a really late start tonight. And by the way, Facebook has changed things. If you have a group on Facebook and you want to go live, you don't see the live button anymore. In post, where you say, when you try to do a post in any Facebook group, and any of you out there have a Facebook group of your own, you have to hit post and then look down at the bottom and you'll see the icon for going live. And it took me a while to figure that out. But let me find this clip. Here's Diamond Dave. And I loved by God, Van Halen, Diver Down, that's my favorite album of theirs. And then I like 5150 with Hagar. But let's listen to a little bit of this interview in the heyday.
All right, here we go. Are you ready? My first guest of the new year is the lead singer of Van Halen, and here is a sample of his latest solo video work.
Can't
Take
play
a
it.
look at the monitors, folks.
I ain't got nobody.
Please welcome David Lee Roth. How you doing?
Oh, I'm doing great, Dave. Happy New Year's to you.
Thanks, same to you.
All right.
Do you have a nice New Year's?
The best yet. We come from Los Angeles to New York City here. We did the countdown for MTV. We did the world premiere of the video there, as a matter of fact.
Yeah.
And that was an auspicious occasion.
Now, you know, cable television is dead, though. This year, it's it.
Well, you know.
Now it is.
I think what happens is that, you know, when you get something like MTV, it's like regular television. You know, you get it, and at first it's novel and it's brand new, and then you watch every channel, every show,
Right.
and then you become a little more selective and more selective until ultimately you wind up with a radio.
Now, well, tell me about the video we just saw there a little bit of. Now, what is the, does this have a, any kind of a background, a concept? What is the concept of it?
Well, you know, we keep trying, you know, in Van Halen, we kept trying to have a concept, you know, with the brothers Edward and Alex, and Alex kept forgetting the concept, you know, so it was it was sort of up to me, you know, to come out with it.
That's a good thing to have somebody to periodically remind you of the concept.
Yeah, but the big thing with this is that we decided that we were going to be major movie moguls and direct our own video, which is kind of an unusual thing. I've always maintained that that was not too difficult. And when you watch these videos on television, what you're getting generally is the work of a producer or director who is like a hired gun, you know, like the little Mexican Village hired Yul Brynner to come in and save the day for them. Well, usually they're hiring the beer can guy, you know, who did the commercials or whatever. And I've always said, well, I don't see why this would be so difficult. And to prove it, next time that you watch MTV or one of the videos on television or something, all you have to do is turn off the sound, and you can put on some Wagner or some Black Sabbath, and it makes perfect sense.
But you know, that's a good point, because when but if
it's good work if you can get it.
Now, when they give out the awards for these things, it'd be nice if the band actually directed them. That would be an extra touch there. That would be great.
Yeah, it's, although judging from some of my peer group, I'm not sure I would hand them the responsibility.
Now, like who? Who are you talking about? When you say some of your peer group, who do we mean here?
Well, you know, you can't expect somebody who spends 10 years of their life on a postage stamp stage in a bar somewhere, you know, all of a sudden be a major movie mogul. I just lucked out.
Postage stamp stage in a bar somewhere. Now, this is obviously a reference to somebody who's successful in contemporary music today. Now, who is it?
Well, that's your classic background for the musicians.
Yeah, but there's somebody that you don't like here. And
now you know why he's behind the desk.
No, just give us the name. This will be great. Give us the name, and people will respond, and we'll do a commercial, and we'll come back and talk more about it.
And I can't name names. I named names on the last show, and I was lucky to get on this one.
Now, wait a minute. What was the last show you're talking about? So you're not going to tell us?
No, we'll have to go into something.
How about New Year's resolutions? We'll take a shift here and things. You make any? People don't make those anymore, do they?
Absolutely. And, you know, I said it once before, I think it's better to generalize in terms of the year to come. You can't, you know, you make a resolution, and my resolution would be this year is that dog-eat-dog world that it is. I think now's a good time on New Year's to decide whether you're going to be a hot dog or a little weenie. I have
That's beautiful.
I have chosen to remain a little wiener for one more season.
You're going to be a weenie for another year.
Yeah, you bet.
All right. We're going to do a commercial. We'll be back more with David Lee Roth. Paul. David Lee Roth is here. Now you're doing solo work. Does this mean that the band will soon be breaking up?
No.
Now that happens, you know.
That does happen. That's the Spinal Tap story. No, I still have very strong tribal instincts, and we'll be going into the studio like the middle of this month and start arguing again, and we'll come back out with an album sometime this year, hopefully.
I have here a book called Everything You Want to Know About Van Halen by Gordon Matthews. Do you know Gordon Matthews?
No, I don't. I've never.
Well, then at least it's authentic.
We are indicting him, though.
Oh, really? There's some heat here?
No, not at all.
Well, we have a couple of passages underlined, and I just want you to respond to a couple of these. During the concert, Van Halen roadies scour the audience for the cutest girls they can find. According to legend, every roadie gets 5 backstage passes to hand out. Well, we do that every night here, don't we, Paul? Many a girl has been known to leave her boyfriend behind for a chance to party with the boys. Oh, my God. David Lee Roth claims to be actively searching out girls from the stage. That's you. When he spots a girl in the audience he thinks is cute, he dances over to the side of the stage while Eddie takes a guitar solo. Oh, this is pitiful.
No, I can
now,
explain
wait a minute. Let me just finish this one little thing here, and then you can say whatever you want to say.
This ain't night court. Let me take it from here.
Well, let me just finish. There's one little line here, David.
I feel like this is Judge Wapner, man.
People's Court.
Eddie takes a guitar solo. There he will shout something to an available roadie like red right, red T-shirt, out of sight, 6 feet back. While David dances back to the microphone, a roadie in the front row will receive a radio communique from the stage. Then he will go to work to find the girl and give her a pass. Now, is there a hint of truth anywhere in this?
Well, it all started. It all started when you start building your own stages. And you're taking your own production on the road. And they said, Dave, we have to build our own custom barricade out there, you know. And I said, well, and this was a few years ago, I said, well, let's customize it so we can do exactly what you just read. And we painted numbers on the inside. And, you know, people keep reminding me of this kind of crazy image. People keep invoking this wild-eyed, slack-jawed image and everything. And I tell you, I've been seeing the same girl now for maybe 2, maybe 3 weeks, man.
Diamond Dave.
But you know, you have it down to radio communique and a grid work and codes.
Well, this is the 80s, Dave, you know, and I was trying to, I think, and I'm sure Paul and the guys will testify. Yeah, you're laughing the loudest, ain't you, man? Yeah, and there goes the lights on him. Yeah. You want to interact with the audience as closely as possible. Music is a sharing experience, and I feel that we can use technology to bring ourselves closer to each other, and, even in private.
Now tell me about
Which brings us back to video.
Tell me about the club. You have a club that's not actually what you would think it would be, but
well, that's an enterprise that we started out in Los Angeles. It's very difficult to have an after-hours place there. You know, everything kind of, they roll up the streets at 2 o'clock in the morning, and we had to have a reason for keeping a place open after 2. And originally what we would do is, I remember one fella came in, his name was Tomato. Tomato came in to do an exhibit. It's an art gallery is what we called it.
Tomato.
And, you know, and we had it members only from 2 o'clock on Friday and Saturday, and we had to have some
Friday and
art on
Saturday.
the walls.
Only to keep out the goofy people.
Exactly. And Tomato came in to do an exhibit, and he looked at the walls, and about 6 days later, he came back with all of his art and did the place up, and everything fit just perfectly.
Yeah.
Man, you know, around the door jambs, on the cusp of the windows and up into the corners of the ceiling. It was a custom-made framing and everything. And it turns out what he did is he just made it all up on the spot. He came in and measured the gallery, and then made it kind of to order and everything. And that's the kind of art that we had in here. Ultimately, we just kept the same exhibit going and going and going, and just covered it with plastic on Friday and Saturday.
Now, this is not what I was talking about. It's a great story, but it's not what I was talking about.
What are you talking about?
Well, this one right there, about the jungle.
Oh, that's something else entirely.
Yeah, well, that's what I said. Well, I'm afraid that you're
talking about the jungle studs.
Yeah, the jungle studs. but we don't have time to go into the jungle studs now, so we'll have to have you come back another time.
Oh, well.
Now, is the solo effort out yet?
Yeah, it came out midnight at New Year's Eve, which is kind of my personal holiday. And we'll see what happens for 1985.
Well, good. And so you're going to be a weenie one more year. All right. David Lee Roth, folks. We'll be right back.
The great David Lee Roth. What an awesome performer. And I heard his voice is kind of slipping, but I mean, my God, we're all getting older. Let's see, yeah, born October 10th back in 1954. 67 years of age. Wow. Gotta love Van Halen, the original Van Halen, and the Van Halen with Sammy Hagar. I can't drive 55. So that was from January 1985. Now, moving on, Brett Favre. He turned 52 years old on October 10th. He was born Friday, October 10th, 1969 in Gulfport, Mississippi. Of course, he's the quarterback, or was the quarterback, of the Green Bay Packers, who appeared in movies like Something About Mary as himself, released July 15th, 1998. For 20 seasons, primarily with the Green Bay Packers, Favre had 321 consecutive starts from 1992 until 2010, including 297 regular season games, the most in league history. He was also the first NFL quarterback to obtain 70,000 yards, 10,000 passes, 6,000 completions, 500 touchdowns, 200 wins, and victories over all 32 teams. Brett Favre played college football at Southern Miss and was selected in the second round of the 1991 NFL Draft by the Atlanta Falcons, where he spent just one season as a backup quarterback. And then the Falcons traded him to the Packers, where he became their starter early into the 1992 season and revitalized a franchise that had been in a period of decline since the 1960s. During Brett Favre's 16 seasons with Green Bay, he led the team to 11 playoff runs, 7 division titles, 4 NFC championship games, 2 consecutive Super Bowl appearances, and 1 championship title in Super Bowl 31 over the New England Patriots, their first in nearly 3 decades at that time. Brett Favre was traded in 2008 to the New York Jets, whom he was a member for just 1 season, and spent his final 2 seasons with the Minnesota Vikings. Brett Favre's 2009 campaign for the Vikings saw him guide them to a division title and NFC championship game appearance while having one of his strongest statistical seasons ever. At the time of his retirement, Brett Favre was the NFL leader in passing yards, passing touchdowns, and quarterback wins. Brett Favre holds the league records for most interceptions and fumbles, though, in addition to his consecutive starts. From 1995 to 1997, Brett was named the most valuable player three times. The most the award was consecutively received. Brett Favre also led the NFL in passing touchdowns, a record 4 times, while receiving 11 Pro Bowl selections. He was inducted into the Pro Football Hall of Fame in 2016. Yeah, I got one more. This is like ad nauseum David Letterman, but I do want to play an interview from April 24th, 2008 on David Letterman on CBS, The Late Show with David Letterman. And I'm going to play that for you right fast quick, if I could find it in my little clip machine. Here it is. Here it is. I don't think it's that long. Not as long as a David Lee Roth.
A three-time MVP award winner and one of the greatest quarterbacks in football history. From your Green Bay Packers, here's number 4, Brett Favre. Brett. You haven't been here in a long time. It
has been a while.
A long, long time, but thank you very much for coming back. I know you're not busy now, are you? You're probably always busy. What do you do now this time of year? What is that like?
Nothing really. Drive my daughter to school in the mornings.
Right.
Go back. We have 400 acres, and just do little things here and there around.
You growing stuff on the 400 acres? You raising
Not
stuff?
really.
What are you doing?
Not really. Not really. No. Not yet.
And you like to hunt and stuff like that?
I do.
Yeah. Any time that you were late for a game because you were out hunting? I guess that's impossible, isn't it? You got to be at the game. You can't be out hunting and then show up late.
I haven't been late. No.
Yeah.
I thought about it.
Have you ever gone hunting on the day of a game?
I have to admit, yes.
Really?
Wow. I made it back in time.
Yeah, but what were you hunting and where? And tell us about.
I was just outside Green Bay. I was bow hunting. Didn't kill anything.
You like in the parking lot? Where were you?
A little bit further out. I think we were playing the Bears that week.
Oh, yeah. So you're out hunting bears. Oh, golly. So you come in. You've been hunting. You come in.
I think we lost to the Bears that week.
Oh. Let's talk about the game. It was a tremendous game for New York. Eli Manning and the Giants come to Lambeau, and it's 160 degrees below zero.
Yes, it was.
With a 70-mile-an-hour wind. And everybody, even Giants supporters, believed, because the Packers were very hot then, that you guys would prevail. And what happened there exactly?
They played well. Give them a lot of credit. I felt like most people. I thought we would prevail in those conditions. Right. At home, cold, and this is what it's all about. But that wasn't the case. Yeah. Eli played well. The Giants had been playing well. Progressively had gotten better and better and better. We played in the second game of the year. They didn't play very well, but I give them a lot of credit. They played extremely well, not only in Green Bay, but at Dallas and Tampa, and beat the best team in football in New England.
After the game with you guys, did you have a feeling that they could beat New England?
I did. Yeah. In fact, watching film of those guys, the last game against New England, the last regular season game, they played them extremely close and really had a chance to win the ball game. Yeah. And I thought, this team's really good, a lot better than the first time we played them. And their defense was playing much better. And their offense, Eli was, he caught a lot of heat throughout the season, but played extremely well and led that football team and made some great plays against us as well as the rest of the playoffs.
Let's talk about I read a little thing about when you were playing college football, Southern Mississippi.
By the way, I didn't throw up.
Okay.
Everything was true, but I'm embarrassed to say that.
But you were the seventh string quarterback. I mean, why do they have 7 quarterbacks, first of all? And why didn't you consider another position or, I don't know, golf? I don't know. I mean, your prospects looked pretty desperate then.
Well, when I left high school, I threw for 400 yards. Nothing fancy. And so people didn't know a lot about me and kind of got a scholarship by default. Some other guys backed out, went somewhere else, and I got that chance. And Southern Miss was the only school that offered me. And went there, believe it or not, as a defensive back. Thank God I played quarterback because I wouldn't be sitting here today.
Right.
And so some guys got hurt, and I got a chance from time to time to really run scout team, as they call it, against the first team defense. And didn't really know where I was throwing it, but I threw it very hard and very far and got attention that way. And then just from that point on, they're like, hey, that Favre guy, man, he can throw.
Yeah. That's a great thing for people interested not only in sports but just in life. Because here's a guy, if you would talk to football experts, they wouldn't give you the time of day. And like you say, now look at what's happened. So if you think you can do it, if you have an idea that that's what you want, by God, don't quit, for heaven's sake.
Well, for my career has been that way. I mean, I was never the guy, and always had to overcome a lot of obstacles, and was kind of a nobody and all those things. And but I always believed and just kept working hard, and here I am.
Now, you have retired? You have not retired?
I have retired.
You have retired. Now, somebody
watch TV a lot, don't you?
Yeah. Somebody told me. Somebody told me that the retirement form, had not been signed and mailed in. Is there a retirement form that needs to be signed and mailed in?
That's what I've heard.
Yeah. Now, have you signed it and mailed it in?
No, I haven't signed it.
Well, there you go. Your Honor.
I think the only reason to sign that form is so I get a severance check or something.
Mm-hmm.
So it's actually in my benefit, I guess. But
you're only 38, for heaven's sakes.
I know.
And as each day, we're getting close to mini camps. Mm-hmm. You start feeling a little.
You know what? Not with mini camps.
Right. Okay, forget mini camps. Did I say mini camps?
I was
no,
excited
forget
about it
mini
last
camps.
year. I think when training camp gets close, I will. Something's bound to happen.
Yeah. Now, what does that mean? Something's bound to happen. As you get close to training camp. Now, wait a minute. Something's bound to happen. What does that mean?
I don't know. Did I just say that?
You just said something's bound to happen. So this makes me think you're not retired.
Butterflies, or I don't know. Something's bound to happen.
Let me ask you. Let me put it to you this way. And I don't want to be silly about this, but I guess it's too late for that. If there could be adjustments made for your training summer schedule regimen, would that be of interest to you?
Can you get that work?
Yes, I can. I can take care of that. I don't know. Did Randy Moss have anything to do with this decision?
No. And, there's a lot of things out there. No, it didn't. Randy, I think, is a great player.
Yeah.
Will continue to be. But believe me, it had no bearing whatsoever on me coming back or not coming back.
Now, who's going to be the quarterback for Green Bay?
Aaron Rodgers, I think, is the guy. I think he'll do well.
Has he ever played before?
A little bit, yeah.
But you are not only the heart and soul of football, but my God, what have you turned that town upside down? What is Green Bay doing? I heard they're shutting down the town. That's what I heard. I heard they're closing up and they're moving to Michigan.
I haven't heard that yet.
Oh yeah. What? Don't you watch TV? Well, I mean, you can obviously, you can go out anytime you want. It's been a tremendous career. We're talking about a Hall of Fame career. We're talking about a man who transcends sports, been an inspiration and a hero to kids and families all over North America. Oh, stop it.
And of course, he retired Brett Favre, the great Brett Favre, in 2010. Moving on in our birthday list, it seems like it'll never end. No clips here, but Tanya Tucker. Her birthday was October 10th. She was born Friday, October 10th, 1958 in Seminole, Texas. She turned 58 years young. Dale Earnhardt Jr. turned 47 on October 10th as well. He was born Thursday, October 10th, 1974. Ed Wood, the director. He also has a birthday on October 10th, a birthday in heaven. He was born on Friday, October 10th, 1924 in Poughkeepsie, New York. In 1942, Ed Wood enlisted at the age of 17 in the United States Marine Corps, just months after the attack on Pearl Harbor. Assigned to the 2nd Defense Battalion, He reached the rank of corporal before he was discharged in 1946 at the age of 21. In 1947, Ed Wood moved to Hollywood, California, where he wrote scripts and directed television pilots. And a pilot, for those that don't know, is just like, it's a sample submitted to network executives to pick up that potential show as a series. And he directed commercials and several forgotten micro-budget westerns, most of which failed to sell. In 1948, Ed Wood wrote, produced, directed, and starred in The Casual Company, a play derived from his own unpublished novel, which was based on his service in the United States Marine Corps. It opened at the Village Playhouse to negative reviews on October 25th of that year, 1948. He was sort of Irwin Allen's mentor in movie cheapness, because in the 1950s, Ed Wood directed several low-budget science fiction, crime, and horror films that would later become cult classics, notably Glenn or Glenda in 1953, Jailbait in 1954, Bride of the Monster in 1955, The Great Plan 9 from Outer Space in 1957, Night of the Ghouls in 1959, and The Sinister Urge in 1960. In the 1960s and 1970s, Ed Wood moved towards sexploitation and pornographic films, such as Orgy of the Dead and Necromania. And Ed Wood wrote over 80 pulp crime and sex novels. I did not know that. Wow. Johnny Depp, of course, played Ed Wood in the movie titled Ed Wood in 1994, directed by Tim Burton, released September 28, 1994. The budget for that film, that biopic, was $18 million, but the box office was only $5.9 million. Martin Landau starred as Bela Lugosi, which earned him his first and only Academy Award win for Best Supporting Role after he was nominated in 1990 for the 1989 movie Tucker, A Man in His Dream. And Martin Landau was also nominated previously for a Best Actor Oscar in 1990 for Woody Allen's 1989 film Crimes and Misdemeanors. Gonna play a quick trailer for the Ed Wood 1994 Tim Burton movie. Check it out. I love that movie. Pull the string! Pull the string! Martin Landau screamed as Bela Lugosi, who had a drug problem at the time, supposedly. Here is the trailer from 1994, the preview, and it was by Touchstone Pictures for Ed Wood.
Tim Burton, director of Batman, Beetlejuice, and Edward Scissorhands, now takes you to a completely different world. The true story of a Hollywood legend, Ed Wood.
And action!
He made movies like no one else.
You want to keep moving. You've got to get through that door. Ah, that was perfect.
Perfect. Do you know anything about film production?
Well, I like to think so.
He had an eye for talent.
I met Bela Lugosi.
Well, I thought he was dead.
This is the most uncomfortable coffin I've ever been in. No, he's very much alive. You flying saucer?
He had a passion for storytelling.
Get me transvestites. I need transvestites.
You're flashy. They want that. Okay. But they want professionalism, so nix on the Nelly without losing naivete.
What kind of a movie is this? It's science fiction. A heartbreaking romance. Grave robbers from outer space.
Grave robbers from what? And he had a secret he couldn't hide.
I like to dress in women's clothing. Panties, sweaters, pumps. It's just something I do.
You don't like sex with girls?
No, I love sex with girls. Wearing their clothes makes me feel closer.
Sarah Jessica Parker.
How can you act so casual when you're dressed like that?
All right, everybody, let's finish this picture.
Touchstone Pictures presents Johnny Depp, Martin Landau, Sarah Jessica Parker, Patricia Arquette, and Bill Murray in the true story.
Give him a hand. Keep rolling.
Of an unforgettable filmmaker.
We're making another movie. I got the Church of Beverly Hills to put up the cash.
How do you get all your friends to get baptized just so you can make a monster movie?
And his legacy that will live forever.
How do you turn this on? Shake his legs around. Looks like he's killing. This is the one.
I command you!
This is the one I'll be remembered for.
Ed Wood, a Tim Burton film.
Really? Worst film you ever saw? Well, my next one will be better. Hello?
Good movie. I like that line where he's in bed with his wife and he says, God, Orson Welles made Citizen Kane when he was 29. I'm already 30. The real Ed Wood suffered from alcoholism and he fell on hard times, sadly, and died of a heart attack at the age of 54 on Sunday, December 10th, 1978, after he was evicted from his home. Moving on, Helen Hayes. She had a birthday in heaven on October 10th. She was born Wednesday, October 10th, 1900. And of course, Helen Hayes was an American actress whose career spanned 80 years. She eventually received the nickname the First Lady of American Theater and was one of 16 people who have won an Emmy, a Grammy, an Oscar, and a Tony Award. She was also the first person to win the Triple Crown of Acting. Helen Hayes also received the Presidential Medal of Freedom, America's highest civilian honor, from President Ronald Reagan in 1986. In 1988, Helen Hayes was awarded the National Medal of Arts. The annual Helen Hayes Awards, which have recognized excellence in professional theater in Greater Washington, D.C. since 1994, are her namesake. In 1955, the former Fulton Theater on 46th Street in New York City's Broadway Theater District was renamed the Helen Hayes Theater. When that venue was torn down in 1982, the nearby Little Theater was renamed in her honor. Helen Hayes is regarded as one of the greatest leading ladies of the 20th century theater. She died at 92 years of age on Wednesday, March 17th, 1993. And around that time here in Atlanta, Georgia, there was a winter storm that affected the entire southeast around March 17th, 1993. It was deemed by the media the storm of the century. It was a blizzard that crippled power lines. I remember our power was out for a week. I was home from college, and it just sucked, because I was on like a spring break and couldn't do anything. I wanted just to visit with my friends and be at home, and there was no power. We had to check into a hotel. It was a nightmare, the storm of the century. Moving on, Ben Vereen was born October 10th back in 1946 in Laurinburg, North Carolina. He's 75 years of age. He was born Benjamin Augustus Vereen. Of course, he's an American actor, dancer, and singer. Ben Vereen gained prominence for his performances in the original Broadway productions of the musicals Jesus Christ Superstar, for which he received a Tony Award nomination, and Pippin, for which he won the 1973 Tony Award for Best Actor in a Musical. Ben Vereen has appeared as a public speaker and humanitarian, speaking on such topics as Black history, overcoming adversity, and the importance of continuing education. In 2007, Ben Vereen was diagnosed with type 2 diabetes and has a website which he shares his personal story along with advice from medical experts. His son, Ben Vereen Jr., sadly died in the year 2020 at age 55. Now we're moving on to October 11th birthdays. And this is another heavenly birthday. I really like this actor. I'm a Generation Xer, so this music will mean something to any fellow Generation Xers out there. Beverly Hills 90210. I should really rename this show from the Nostalgic Podblast to the Birthday Show. Good Lord. But the great and lost Luke Perry was born Tuesday, October 11th, 1966, in Mansfield, Ohio. His birth name was Coy Luther Luke Perry III. In 1984, Perry moved to Los Angeles shortly after high school to pursue acting. He worked odd jobs, including for an asphalt paving company and in a doorknob factory. Luke Perry appeared in the 1985 music video of Be Cruel to Your School for the band Twisted Sister. And by 1988, Luke Perry auditioned for 256 acting jobs before receiving his first acceptance. After moving to New York, Perry's earliest roles were on the daytime soap operas. One episode of Loving in 1987 and 1988, and 10 episodes of Another World from 1988 to 1989. In 1990, Luke Perry got the role of the brooding millionaire's son, Dylan McKay, on Fox's teen drama Beverly Hills 90210, which wasn't a hit initially. It wasn't until Beverly Hills 90210 aired new episodes in the summertime, in between season 1 and 2, that it took off in the ratings and became a huge hit. But Luke Perry originally auditioned for the role of Steve Sanders, who was in the pilot, but he lost out to Ian Ziering, the only actor to last the entire run. I think it lasted 10 seasons from 1990 to the year 2000. With this role, Luke Perry became a popular teen idol, and a riot broke out when 10,000 teen girls attended an August 1991 autograph session at the Fashion Mall at Plantation, causing him to leave after just 90 seconds. While starring in 90210, Luke Perry won a supporting role in the original film version of Buffy the Vampire Slayer in 1992, with Christy Swanson playing the title role. He also starred in Terminal Bliss in 1992 and as Lane Frost in 8 Seconds in 1994. Luke Perry became a teen idol, of course, for playing Dylan McKay from 1990 to 1995 when he left the show, and then he returned in 1998 to the end in 2000. He also starred as Fred Andrews on the CW series Riverdale. Luke Perry had guest roles on notable shows such as Criminal Minds, Law & Order, Special Victims Unit, The Simpsons, and Will and Grace, and also starred in several films. The Fifth Element, which I hadn't mentioned yet, in 1997 was one of his films, and of course Once Upon a Time in Hollywood in 2019, which was his final feature performance. Luke Perry married Rachel Sharp from 1993 to 2003. And he was kind of a James Dean type. On 90210 in 1995, his character married a character named Antonia Marchetti. Marchetti, played by Rebecca Gayheart, the daughter of a mobster played by character actor Stanley Camel. And it was just like the 007 movie I talked about a lot, On Her Majesty's Secret Service, where just like Teresa Bond in that movie, Antonia was gunned down by mafia thugs in a car shortly after the marriage. It was just like the end to On Her Majesty's Secret Service with Diana Rigg playing Teresa Bond. And that was directed by James Whitmore Jr., the son of the actor James Whitmore. In reality, Luke Perry was only 52 years old when he passed away on Monday, March 4th, 2019. And I do want to play a clip of Luke Perry on David Letterman from 1992 during the height of his popularity. I think there's a freaking ad. I should have had this ready. Let me see here. But Luke Perry, just for Generation Xers, he just had such a cool look. And he just seemed like the cool guy. He just personified the cool guy in the school. And I love Beverly Hills 90210. I'm not afraid to admit that. Playing a lot of Letterman clips because I think David Letterman is a great interviewer. Let's go back in time to 1992.
Hey, oh, they're clapping along. That's my favorite part of the show. I realize then that the audience is actually enjoying themselves.
For one split second,
That's
yeah.
right.
They
one
almost,
shining, brief little
they
moment
almost
there.
have a good time.
Our first guest portrays a tortured high school student, Dylan McKay, on the runaway hit Beverly Hills 90210 on the Fox network. Ladies and gentlemen, please say hello to the hunkiest rebel in Beverly Hills, Luke Perry. Luke?
That's David Sanborn on the saxophone.
Good to see you.
Good to be here.
Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
How are you?
Nervous.
What are you doing? What are you doing in New York City besides visiting us? Are there other things for you to do while you're here?
I've been going to restaurants, been eating a lot. There's no good food in L.A., really, so.
So you're taking some time off and just enjoying yourself on your trip to New York?
Yeah.
And when do you go back to work on the big program?
3rd of June.
3rd of June. Let's first of all talk about your character. You're Dylan McKay.
Yes.
Now tell us everything we need to know about your character, Dylan McKay.
All right. Everything you need to know about Dylan McKay. Well, alcoholic, as you mentioned before.
Now, he's a high school alcoholic.
He's in high school and he has a drinking problem.
Drinking problem. Is he getting some help?
He's been getting a lot of help.
That's good.
Yeah, he's getting a lot of help. And sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So he falls off the wagon from time to time.
So he's a bad boy, Dylan.
Well, he's got too much money is the thing. He's a 17-year-old kid with about $100 million.
How did he get his dough? Paper route?
Sort of. No, my father was an insider trader.
Yeah.
He traded some of it real inside. So even when they froze the rest of his assets, I still got about $100 million.
Yeah. Now this cast, everybody on the cast is very, very popular. They're all stars. We had Jason Priestley here, who was like your best friend on the show. Yeah. And then at one point, you sort of took off and became the focus of a lot of the attention. Was there a specific thing that happened on the show that caused that, or was it just the way these things go? Or
well, I think there was an episode we did last year, first season, where I had sex with the girl, with my girlfriend, you know, and it was sort of a different thing from then on out. I mean, once you have it, there's kind of no going back. Although, you know, it hasn't happened again. It's something that we never addressed again, which makes me wonder, one, was I that terrible? Or two, you know, was it that good?
Now, now I know things are a little different over there on the Fox network, but how was this depicted on screen?
Well, it all happened off screen was the thing, and that's why I really couldn't understand the reaction that we got. It wasn't. I mean, certainly I've done things on soap operas that were more graphic than what we showed on that episode. It's just the reaction from some of the sponsors and the people writing in, and so they were a little concerned, and they had us not do that.
Yeah.
They never actually had us apologize for it, which I thought was good because it's not something you should apologize for.
Now, do you get more negative comment from like sponsors and parents about your character being drunk or having sex?
Well, I got to tell you, it's mostly been the sex because they know that my character is trying to get help with his drinking, and by and large, he doesn't drink. It's just
and there's no cure for the other
every
thing.
now and there is. Hopefully, there's no cure.
You
for
can't
that.
start it like a car. You can't stop it with a gun.
Can't shut it off. Just one of these, huh?
Those imaginary rifles.
Yeah.
Well, now, what has this done to your life? Because we were talking this afternoon, 5,000 pieces of mail you get a week. Now, what kind of adoration and attention, how does that affect you? What does it do to your daily life? What does it do to your, just when you're sitting around at home?
I don't sit around at home much. When I get time to sit around home, I certainly like to do that. But we spend so much time actually in production on the show. I mean, series television is real time consuming, so I don't have that much time to let it affect me.
Yeah.
I just try to concentrate on doing the work and finding other projects that interest me to do. And that's kind of a byproduct of what happens to
Right.
it. And if you worry about that too much, then you're no longer doing your job.
But it has become troublesome because I know that when you travel, people follow you. They come up to you in shopping malls. They come up to you in your hotels. Certain precautions have to be taken. And it must be just like suddenly you're in a whole different solar system for that kind of thing to be happening.
Well, I mean, I grew up in Ohio, in a pretty small town, and it's a fur piece from that, that's for sure. I mean, it's a lot different, but it's not. I'm not complaining. People always say, how can you complain about something like that? I'm certainly not complaining, but you're right, it complicates things. There's no more just walking down the street and going somewhere and hanging out with people.
Yeah.
But it's the price you pay.
Yeah. I'm complaining because it doesn't happen to me. That's my only
I've seen
complaint.
it happen to you. I know better.
Hey, and I understand you have a little thing you're going to do for us. A little trick?
Okay,
Let's do a commercial. You still want to do it or not?
Well, it was something I saw done on this show.
Okay, we'll talk it over and we'll do a commercial.
Yeah.
We'll come back and maybe he'll do it for us. We'll be back here in mid-call.
So there you have it. Luke Perry, rest in peace. I thought he was just A really good personality. I think because he was so well-grounded, you know, having those quote-unquote normal jobs like Harrison Ford did as a carpenter before he made it as an actor. He died way too soon. Moving on, Jane Krakowski was born Friday, October 11th, 1968 in New Jersey. She's 52 now. Well, who's she? She's been acting steadily since the early 1980s, and this is a very short clip I want to play from one of her first roles, and very notable ones at that. In a comedy, and we talked about earlier in tonight's Podblast.
I've lost weight, Catherine.
Yeah, added a few more mouths to the litter.
Let's see, Rusty and Audrey, cousins Vicky and Dale. And this
She played Cousin Vicky in National Lampoon's Vacation.
is Eddie Jr., and this is Junior, and this little mopping out my skirts is Daisy Mabel.
Well, how old are you, little one? She was born without a tongue, Clark. But don't you worry about her. She whistles like a bird and eats like a horse.
Oh. Hey, kids, why don't you keep your little guest out back and show them your worm farm, huh? Come on, Scoot. Come on here. Ellen, come on in the house. I got so much to tell you. The flowers, I love them.
I'm going steady, and I French kiss.
Ooh.
So everybody does that.
Yeah, but Daddy says I'm the best at it.
Ooh! Ooh! Jane Krakowski. Happy birthday, 52 years old. Joan Cusack, who I first saw in 16 Candles as the nerd girl with the retainer, is 59 years old. She was born Thursday, October 11th, 1962 in New York, New York. Her birth name is Joan Mary Cusack. And now she's Joan Mary Cusack Burke, her married last name since 1996 when she married Richard Burke. But Joan Cusack has received nominations from the Academy for Best Supporting Actress for her roles in the comedy drama Working Girl in 1988 that we talked about tonight, and the romantic comedy In and Out in 1997, as well as one Golden Globe nomination for performance in the latter, which would be In and Out. She has also provided the voice of Jessie in the Toy Story franchise and Abby Mallard in Chicken Little. She's John Cusack's sister, of course. And Joan Cusack was a cast member on the comedy sketch show Saturday Night Live from 1985 to 1986. I did not know that. And she starred on the Showtime hit drama Shameless as Sheila Jackson, a role for which she's received 5 consecutive Primetime Emmy Award nominations, winning for the first time in 2015. Winning! You know this lady, Emily Deschanel. I can't pronounce her last name. I'm probably screwing that up, but Emily Deschanel is 45. She was born in Los Angeles, California on Monday, October 11th, 1976. I first noticed her playing a receptionist in Spider-Man 2. Remember the scene in Tobey Maguire's Spider-Man 2 where he's delivering pizzas on a moped? And he goes into this building and he's late because he saved the day. And she goes, I'm not paying for that. And she looks at the clock, you know, and they have like the 20-minute delivery guarantee or it's free. And he winds up losing his job. And that was the first time I saw her in that 2004 movie. But she had a great career on this show. She portrayed Dr. Temperance Bones Brennan in the Fox crime series Bones from 2005 to 2017. That's a lot of seasons. And that's job security. Got a musician. This is a Hall of Famer. Daryl Hall of the pop band Hall & Oates is a cool 75 years old. He was born in Pottstown, Pennsylvania on Friday, October 11th, 1946. He's the guy without the mustache. Daryl Hall signed to Atlantic Records and was managed by Tommy Mottola in the early 1970s. Hall & Oates have sold more albums than any other duo in music history. Their second album, Abandoned Luncheonette, produced by Arif Mardin, was released in 1973, and it yielded the single She's Gone, which went to number 7 in the U.S. Top 10 on re-release in 1976, after reaching number 1 on the R&B charts when it was covered by, I can't pronounce this, Tavares, T-A-V-A-R-E-S. Okay. The duo Hall & Oates recorded one more album with Atlantic titled War Babies, produced by the great Todd Rundgren, who can play any instrument. Todd Rundgren. I'm in the clique. I'm in the clique. I'm in the clique. I love Todd Rundgren. But Hall & Oates was dropped but they promptly signed to RCA Records. During their tenure at RCA, the duo catapulted to international superstardom. From the mid-1970s to the mid-1980s, Hall & Oates scored 6 U.S. #1 singles, including Rich Girl, which also was #1 in the R&B charts, Kiss on My List, Private Eyes, I Can't Go For That, No Can Do, also #1 in the R&B charts, Maneater, and Out of Touch. From their 6 multi-platinum albums, Bigger Than Both of Us, Voices, Private Eyes, H2O, Rock and Soul Part 1, and Big Bam Boom, the last 5 of which were released consecutively. The era also produced an additional 6 U.S. top 10 singles: Sarah Smile, One on One, Family Man, You Make My Dreams, Say It Ain't So, and Method of Modern Love. In 1972, Hall & Oates opened for David Bowie, who was doing his first tour in the United States as his stage persona, Ziggy Stardust. Of his relationship with the British star, Daryl Hall reminisced, and he said, quote, "One time I ran into him in Jamaica. We went to the Playboy Club and got drunk while watching a bad reggae band," unquote. Later in 1985, the duo performed at the Philadelphia leg of the seminal Live Aid concert. After their set, the duo returned to the stage to back Mick Jagger and Tina Turner. Hall & Oates released a Christmas album in October 2006 titled Home for Christmas. Hall & Oates were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame in 2014. You know, I like their version of You've Lost That Loving Feeling better than the original. And they are a great, great concert. I've seen them in concert with my girl, and we had a great time. I'm going to play a little clip of a live performance of You've Lost That Loving Feeling from 1980. Hopefully, I can get away with this. I sound like I'm a criminal. I'm not. And what I mean is, I hope the bots will allow me to play this. It'll probably get muted down the line. But I really like this version of the song. As I said, much better than the original. Let me, yeah, here's the 1980 version. Let me get this going here. That's great.
Never close your eyes anymore when I kiss your lips.
That's Oates singing with the mustache there.
No tenderness.
The dude with the mustache is singing now.
In your fingertips. Trying hard. You're trying hard not to show it.
Couple skate.
But baby, I know it. You lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. You lost that love and feeling. Now it's gone. Oh, whoa, whoa. There's no welcome look in your eyes when I reach for you. And you're starting to criticize little things I do. It makes me just feel like crying, baby. 'Cause baby, something beautiful's dying. You lost that love and feeling. Oh, that love and feeling. Whoa, 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 whoa. Now it's baby,
Doesn't even sound like it's live. That was awesome. They are really, really good live, and I love that version. That's the Couple Skate. I remember going roller skating. That was the song, you know, when you were like just starting to notice girls and stuff. But moving on, and I hope I fooled the bots. That was very annoying, I know, when I interjected my terrible voice, but I had to do that to try to fool the bots. But in the sports world, Steve Young is 60 years old, the Mormon quarterback for the San Francisco 49ers, who took over from the also great Joe Montana. Just turned 60 on October 11th. And he was born Wednesday, October 11th, 1961 in Salt Lake City, Utah. And Jerry Rice and Steve Young made a great grid team on the gridiron. A total TD combo. Steve Young was selected by the Los Angeles Express in the first round, 11th overall pick of the 1984 USFL draft. Remember the USFL? It didn't last long. Herschel Walker played for them. USFL was to compete with the NFL, but it didn't make it. But Steve Young did sign a record 10-year, $40 million contract with the Express in March 1984. Steve Young agreed to take his payment in the form of an annuity paid out over 40 years to help the fledgling team. For 5 seasons, primarily with the San Francisco 49ers, but he also played for the Tampa Bay Bucks, the Buccaneers. Prior to his NFL career, Steve Young was a member of the Los Angeles Express, like I just said, for 2 seasons. And Young played college football for Brigham Young University, BYU, setting school, I can't read for crap, setting school and NCAA records en route to being a runner-up for the 1983 Heisman Trophy. Steve Young was named the Associated Press's NFL Most Valuable Player in 1992 and 1994, and he was the MVP of Super Bowl 29. During his 1994 MVP campaign, he set a new NFL record for passer rating at 112.8 yards. He is a member of the College Football Hall of Fame and the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Steve Young was an extremely efficient passer, leading the league in the passer rating a record 6 times and completion percentage in yards per attempt 5 times. At the time of his retirement, Steve Young had the highest passer rating among NFL quarterbacks with at least 1,500 passing attempts, 96.8. As of the end of the 2020 season, Steve Young is ranked the 10th all-time in passer rating, and is ranked second highest amongst retired players, behind only Tony Romo of the Dallas Cowboys. Steve Young's 43 career rushing touchdowns are the second among quarterbacks, while his 4,239 rushing yards ranked the 5th of all time. And he's caffeine-free, being a Mormon. Happy birthday, Steve Young. On October 12th, Hugh Jackman turned 53 years old. He was born Saturday, October 12th, 1968, in Sydney, New South Wales, Australia. Of course, he's known for playing Wolverine, but in the comic books, did you know Wolverine in the comics is only 5 feet 3 inches tall, but Hugh Jackman is 6 feet 2 inches tall. By the way, I have a story. I worked on a movie called Prisoners, where I played a photographer, and it was a pretty serious movie about missing children. And there's a scene with Jake Gyllenhaal, and it's an action scene, and Hugh Jackman gets out of his truck. He arrives on the scene. We shot this in Tucker, Georgia, and he's pissed off, and he wants to talk to the police captain, and Jake Gyllenhaal gets in the way of my prop camera and hits his head, and he goes, "Ow!" And it was his fault. He hit my camera lens, my prop camera lens, he was soft, man. I like his acting and stuff, but man, that day he was soft. This is back in 2013. Anyway, just a personal story. So I have met and worked with Hugh Jackman in a scene. It was quite an honor. Man, I'll never forget that day. By the way, Jake's sister Maggie, wasn't she kind of a bad replacement for Katie Holmes in the Dark Knight Batman movie in 2008, directed by Christopher Nolan? Man, I didn't think she was a good match to. I don't know why Katie Holmes didn't return. Maybe it had something to do with Tom Cruise. I don't know. I don't know why she didn't come back after portraying her role in the first Christopher Nolan Batman movie, Batman Begins. Where are the drugs going? I don't know. Swear to me. Wait, no, he goes, here it is. That's a bad impression. Where are the drugs going? I don't know. I swear. Swear to me. That's how he sounds as Batman to me. What's his face from American Psycho? Christian Bale. Christian Bale. Where's my head at? It's early as I record this live. So Hugh Jackman has headlined in several films during his career, including the romantic comedy Kate and Leopold in 2001, the action horror film Van Helsing in 2014. Oh, and did you know? Of course, his breakthrough role was as Wolverine Logan in the X-Men series from 2000 to 2017. And did you know that tenure earned him a Guinness World Record for the longest career as a live-action Marvel superhero? That's pretty cool. He also acted in The Prestige in 2006, the fantasy drama The Fountain, also in 2006, the animated film Flushed Away, again in 2006, the period romance Australia in 2008, the epic musical Les Miserables in 2012. Yeah, he can sing and dance. I mean, he's multi-talented. I remember he was on like an Oprah episode right before she retired, and he like was swinging, doing his own stunt, and he got hurt. It was terrible. Anyway, he was also in Rise of the Guardians in 2012, Prisoners that I worked on, I just mentioned 2013, Missing Link in 2019, and The Greatest Showman where he played P.T. Barnum. That was a good movie, even though it's a musical. I mean, not even though. I thought it was really, really good. And it had Zendaya in it, who is known for the current Spider-Man movies as MJ. And for the lattermost, The Greatest Showman, he received a Grammy Award for Best Soundtrack Album because he sang. He was, of course, in Les Miserables, and he was nominated for the Academy Award for Best Actor, and he won the Golden Globe for Best Actor in a motion picture, musical, or comedy for Les Miserables. In Broadway theater, Hugh Jackman won the 2004 Tony Award for Best Actor in a Musical for his role in The Boy from Oz. A four-time host of the Tony Awards, he won an Emmy Award for hosting the 2005 ceremony. He also hosted the 81st Academy Awards in 2009. Hugh Jackman was appointed a Companion of the Order of Australia in the 2019 Queen's Birthday Honors for services to performing arts and to the global community. Next up, Luciano Pavarotti. He was born Saturday, October 12th, 1935, and of course he was an epic Italian operatic tenor who during the late part of his career crossed over into popular music, eventually becoming one of the most acclaimed and loved tenors of all time. He made numerous recordings of complete operas and individual arias, gaining worldwide fame for the quality of his tone, and eventually established himself as one of the finest tenors of the 20th century, achieving the honorific title, the King of the High Seas, like letter C, like the note. As one of the three tenors who performed their first concert during the 1990 World Cup before a global audience, Pavarotti became well known for his televised concerts and media appearances. From the beginning of his professional career as tenor in 1961 in Italy to his final performance at the 2006 Winter Olympics in Turin, Pavarotti was at his best. I'm going to play a clip of him. He has sold, by the way, over 100 million records. And he was the first, and the first three tenors recording became the best-selling classical album of all time. Pavarotti was also noted for his charity work on behalf of refugees and the Red Cross, amongst others. Sadly, Luciano Pavarotti died from pancreatic cancer on Thursday, September 6th, 2007. And he kind of looked to me like the actor Sebastian Cabot, who played Mr. French on Family Affair. He died at 71. I do want to play a quick interview with Pavarotti because he was such a legend and so talented. But before I do that, here's a quick clip of the show I mentioned, Family Affair. I just want to play this rare version that I have in my personal collection. Let's see where I can find. Yeah. Remember Mr. French? I know this is a silly thing, a silly note, but a silly anecdote. But to me, he did remind me of Mr. French. Let me get this going here for you. About to fall asleep. It's so late. It's 3 in the morning. This is from a Miami television station, recorded in 1983. It's a rare version of the theme because the announcer you don't hear anymore in DVD. Here, listen.
Family Affair. Starring Brian Keith. And Sebastian Cabot.
That was a Don Feddersen production. I digress. The same producer of My Three Sons. So back to Pavarotti. I do want to play, of course, an interview with David Letterman from October 26th, 1982. I think he was extremely significant in pop culture. The great Pavarotti.
We have a great show. Barbara Woodhouse is here, and also my first guest, a great opera singer who inspires the kind of fan enthusiasm usually reserved for rock superstars. He is currently appearing at the Met here in New York City and is also starring in the film Yes, Giorgio. Please welcome Luciano Pavarotti. Very nice to meet you. You want to, before we get into this, and I don't know what that means exactly, let's take a look at some of your film. We're going to show a clip from your motion picture, Yes, Giorgio. Have they told you what this is, Luciano?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want to tell the rest of the folks what we're going to take a look at here?
Are we taking a look first, and after you want me to say...
Let's take a look first, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
And, okay, do you know what part of the film we're going to see here?
I think so.
Okay. So, we'll take a look.
But I insist.
Well, I'm sorry, but you'll have to take no for an answer.
Mr. Feeney, excuse me, I'm Dr. Stuart Barman. What a thrill this is for me. I'm going to see you tomorrow.
Then my friend convinced her she should do the same. She fixed my throat, and now she refused to accept my invitation.
Pamela, this is the greatest singer in the world. You must go.
Opera puts me to sleep.
That is because you have never heard me sing. I challenge you to come tomorrow. If you don't fall asleep during the concert, you must have supper with me. And in the concert, I will sing an aria just for you.
Me and 150,000 other people.
No, for you alone. The aria is called Cielo e Mar.
That's my favorite.
And when I sing Vieni, o donna, vieni al bacio della vita, come, my beloved, come to the kiss of life. It will be just for you. Vieni, o donna, vieni al bacio della vita.
He really transcends. He's beyond pop culture. He's culture.
What is the plot there of the movie?
Well, the doctor who is singing after me is the real writer of the script, who is inside the...
It was Norman Steinberg.
Steinberg,
Yeah,
yes.
he actually wrote the
And that
film.
is the most funny thing of all. But he's even very, very funny. He's very funny himself. He made many other movies. And like you hear, I invite this girl to hear me to sing, and she say, well, opera puts me to sleep, and I say, no, because you did not hear myself. All
just like my show puts people to sleep.
Italian approach, you know, then you try to make, and at the very end, it did work very well.
Now, this is
this is about an opera star who is touring the United States, falls in love with a throat doctor, right?
Well, yes, problem with the throat, and the doctor who come to see him is this fantastic girl, and
Bingo.
Bingo.
Yeah. Has that anything like that ever happened in your life?
Not yet.
What was the purpose of you making a film? Because you really, you don't really need to be making films now, do you?
It is absolutely true. I don't need to make a film, but MGM proposed me, I think, a very good subject with
Cha-ching.
a great director, a very beautiful script, and we did make the movie, and we hope it is going to have a success. Of course, it's a kind of movie then. Is not one night explosion. It's a movie who is going to stay a long time, and we hope to have success.
You hope to attract more people to opera through the film?
That is the purpose.
Yeah.
If we don't do that, I think I fall my my intention. They fall.
Yeah. Yeah. You're a tenor, and I don't know what that means exactly.
It means I.
It means.
It means you go high with the voice.
Oh, I see. Very high. And you're now that's anatomically not good for your voice, is it?
Anatomically, I think it's fantastic for the voice, but
that's what I said. It's one of the best things you can do for your voice. Is
yes, you don't need any extra help in terms of making higher the voice. No.
So Pavarotti lived to be 71 years of age. Total talent. Kirk Cameron turned 51 on October 12th. He was born Tuesday, October 12th, 1970, in Panorama City, California. And he's the brother, of course, of Candace Cameron. He is known for his role as Mike Seaver on the ABC sitcom Growing Pains on ABC from 1985 to 1992, a role for which he was nominated for 2 Golden Globe Awards by the foreign press. As a child actor, Kirk Cameron made several other television and film appearances through the 1980s and 1990s, including the films like Father Like Son in 1987 and Listen to Me in 1989. In the 2000s, Kirk Cameron portrayed Cameron Buck Williams in the Left Behind film series, and he was in Fireproof in 2008. His 2014 film Saving Christmas was panned by critics and made the IMDb bottom 100 list within 1 month of its theatrical release. Yeah, whatever. That's probably a little bit of bias there. Kirk Cameron is also an active evangelical Christian who partners with Ray Comfort in the evangelical ministry The Way of the Master and has co-founded the Firefly Foundation with his wife, actress Chelsea Noble. Another big birthday, Susan Anton is 71 years old. She was born in Oak Glen, California on Thursday, October 12th, 1950. She's 5 feet 11 inches tall. Here's a clip of her in the 1980s, in the early 1980s, with Joan Rivers when she was guest hosting on The Tonight Show with Johnny Carson. This, of course, is prior to 1986, when Joan had a rift with Johnny because she, without telling Johnny, started her own show for Fox. Her own late-night talk show would go opposite the great Johnny Carson. But here, before that, here is Joan Rivers interviewing Susan Anton.
Oh, I know. I said something that I apologize for, and I was trying to be funny, and I was in People magazine. Yes. I know. I didn't think you were going to come on tonight.
Well, Joan, if you want to talk about it, okay.
I don't want to. I want to publicly apologize to you.
It's all right.
But you try to be funny, and you say a lot of things sometimes, and you should know because you...
What was it? What was it?
I don't want to say. It was just awful.
Well, no, what you say?
People magazine, don't say it. It's just awful. And
we were a tacky couple.
Yeah.
I just want to know what tacky is. No, I was going to be kind.
Yeah. Well, they said, who do you think are the tackiest couples? Yeah. And I said, Edgar and me first. Yes. Right? Yes. No, well, we are taco. Yeah. And then I said, Rosalind and Jimmy Carter. Yeah. Barf. She would be in the White House hitting a pan. Come and get it, come and get it. Tacky. And then I said, you and Dudley.
Well, when
Dudley
I told
Moore.
Dudley at lunch today, he laughed. He thought that was pretty funny. And then he wanted to come over and kill you.
Yeah.
No, no, he laughed. He thought that was funny. But he said to ask you what tacky means.
Well, if I'm in the same... Obviously, tacky is working out for me for 16 years.
I know what you mean.
I didn't get out of this.
What's the line?
What is the
I
line?
can't say it. Let's just forget it and talk
That's
about
David
Come on.
Steinberg talking off
Yeah,
camera there.
let me tell you, we met before in Hollywood Squares.
That's right.
Because I said hello and you said glad to meet you.
I forgot, my goodness, because so much has happened to you.
And to you
since then.
too.
Well, yeah.
I thought you were much shorter then. Oh, you were sitting down. That's why.
That's right. The squares were awfully tiny. You didn't see my head kind of rubbing against the top.
You are tall.
Yes.
Do you wear high heels with Dudley?
With him?
Well, not
on
with him all the
and
time.
with him, over him. Yeah. No, it depends where we're going. If we're going out to a social thing where you're going to dress up, I put on my high heels because I feel better in them. But just every day walking around, I pretty well like to go barefoot as much as I can.
Yeah, which makes sense.
Yeah.
And what's the difference in height?
Well, let's see. He's 5'2", about
He's
5'2",
5'2"?
5'2" and a half, something like that. It's his birthday. Happy birthday, Dudley. Yeah.
That's nice.
So let's give him another inch.
What'd you get?
And he's gone, of course. So that's Susan Anton. Adam Rich turned 53 on October 12th. He was born Saturday, October 12th, 1968 in Brooklyn, New York. You remember Adam Rich from this show? This is the corniest theme song sung by one of the actors on the show. Let's listen. It's extremely corny. This was a show that lasted 5 seasons on ABC TV.
There's a magic in the early morning we found.
Not here, not on this show.
When the sunrise
The nostalgic Podblast.
on everything around.
That's Grant Goodeve singing that. Who played David Bradford.
Of the happiness that we feel and always will.
I can't take any more. I can't take any more of this.
It is enough to
So 8 is enough. Adam Rich was the little kid. Nicholas. He played Nicholas on that show. I have a little, you know how there's these robots on YouTube that basically will read something from Wikipedia? Let's listen to this interesting voice here talking about Adam Rich.
Hey everyone, and welcome back to my channel. Adam Rich lived a troubled life after the end of the famous 8 is Enough series. He fell into a self-destructive cycle and almost died because of it. He lives still, but has not been able to outrun the child star curse. Adam Rich and a few other stars got famous thanks to the work they put into making 8 is Enough, a popular series that followed the commercial adventures of the Bradford family from 1977 to 1981 on ABC. Some of the cast performed so well, people struggled to see them in a different light after the show ended. That was the case for Adam Rich, who played the role of Nicholas Bradford on the show. He showed a lot of talent in his performance and was expected to do great things. However, after the show ended, his career as an actor started dying, even though he was born for it. Thanks to a court order, he entered a drug treatment he completed, and when he was released, he returned searching for work. Rich started acting as a child. When he was 5, he revealed his desire to become a TV star and started with commercials. He officially got his first job at 8, and by 9 he had already been in 50 commercials, a testament to how talented he is. After the show ended, Rich fell into a cycle of destructive patterns. He started smoking marijuana at the age of 14, and he dropped out of school when he clocked 17. His attraction to drugs proved nearly fatal for him when he almost lost his life to a Valium overdose in 1989. In 1991, he was arrested for trying to steal drugs at a pharmacy. However, Rich was not given up. He reportedly still moves around these days, pitching ideas to the higher-ups. Thanks to a court order, he entered a drug treatment he completed, and when he was released, he returned to searching for work. He tried to stay clean, but fell back into his habits. In 2003, Rich was arrested for driving under the influence and was in rehab 3 times after that. These days, he's living better. He was seen at the 8 is Enough reunion that was held last year and looked to be doing fine. After the series ended years ago, most of the cast members did not further their acting careers and gradually fell off the radar. However, Rich was not given up. He reportedly still moves around these days, pitching ideas to the higher-ups and
You're
hoping
repeating
somebody
yourself. That's a
might
robot.
listen.
You read about as well as I did, Robot. Oh, boy. But I remember Adam Rich right before the 8 is Enough pilot was shot. He was in an episode of The $6 Million Man. It was a Christmas episode called A Bionic Christmas Carol, where he played a little kid. He was the son of a character played by Dick Sargent, who was the second Darren on Bewitched, among other things. But Ray Walston was in it, and it was just like a take on A Christmas Carol. And Ray Walston played a cheap Scrooge type character. And of course, he was in My Favorite Martian, Ray Walston. But Adam Rich played one of the little kids. He was really cute in that episode, and it aired December 12th, 1976. And then shortly thereafter, the pilot of A's Enough was filmed with Mark Hamill playing David Bradford, the oldest child, one of two sons. The other son was Tommy. But Mark Hamill quit the show because he knew Star Wars was going to be a huge success. He had just wrapped production, and so he quit. 8 is enough. But who else was in that Bionic Christmas Carol was Quinn Cummings, who was a little, nobody will know who this is, but she was a little girl who was in the show Family. She was kind of awkward looking, and she played one of the kids. There were 3 kids in the family, and Steve is on a mission, and with Mr. Budge, who's the Scrooge character played by Ray Walston, and he's assigned on Christmas Eve to look into something going on with this plant, and it turns out he's using the lowest quality ingredients he can get away with legally, to save money, and it's causing accidents and stuff. So he goes to investigate, and it turns out that his chauffeur is actually his nephew, and that's the character played by Dick Sargent in that episode. And anyway, so Steve takes care of Budge, who is on like codeine cough medicine. You know, he's over medicating himself, and so he like hallucinates, and Steve Austin dresses up like Santa Claus and takes him to see his niece and nephew. It's just like a Christmas Carol by Charles Dickens. Anyway, Adam Rich was in that. Now, after 8 is enough, Adam Rich was in Irwin Allen's short-lived 1981 series Code Red on ABC, and in the 1983 sitcom Gun Shy on CBS. Adam Rich made guest appearances on television series including The Love Boat, Chips, Fantasy Island, The $6 Million Man, as I just mentioned, St. Elsewhere, and Baywatch. Adam Rich also did voice work on the cartoon series Dungeons & Dragons, along with his former 8 is Enough co-star Willie Ames, who played Tommy Bradford. Adam Rich appeared in TV commercials for Betty Crocker, Snack and Cake, and Nabisco's Wheatsworth Cracker. I don't remember that cracker at all. That's all for the birthdays. My God, this should be retitled The Birthday Show. Jesus, Lord in heaven. My nostalgic word or expression of the week is "you look happy as a clam." Why would clams be happy? Well, here's the origin. It has been suggested that open clams give the appearance of smiling. It's more likely to come after the fuller version of this phrase, now rarely heard, as happy as a clam at high water. High tide is when clams are free from the attentions of predators, surely the happiest of times in the mollusk world. The phrase originated in the northeastern states of the USA in the early 19th century. The earliest citation that I can find is from a frontier memoir, The Harp's Head, A Legend of Kentucky, from 1833. Here's a use of it. Quote, "It never occurred to him to be discontented. He was always happy as a clam," unquote. Running out of time, so I'll do the contest update next time. The nostalgic treat of the week is Pop Secret Pop Chips from 1994. This was by Betty Crocker. And what they were like, they tasted like popcorn, but they were in the form of like a chip. It was kind of like Bugles, except they were flat. And I really liked them. There was like a regular, like buttery popcorn flavor and a sour cream and onion flavor. I never tried the sour cream and onion version. But they were billed to have 60% less fat than the average potato chips. And the 5-ounce packages sold for $1.89. And I liked them. Like I said, I remember watching Richard Dawson's Return to Family Feud in 1994. He took over from Ray Combs, and it was like a 1-hour version, and it only lasted one season. You know why? Because of the OJ trial. The ratings on CNN just dwarfed the ratings on Family Feud, and it was canceled at the end of 1995. But I remember watching the OJ trial when I was going to college, in my leisure time. I remember watching Richard Dawson's Return to Family Feud, where he kind of ballooned because he quit smoking, because he just fathered like this little girl, Nicole, I think it was her name. And yeah, anyway, God, I remember those pop chips, and I really, really, really liked them a lot. So let's see. Oh, and everybody knows, that William Shatner is being launched into outer space, which is cool. And, I told some jokes on my personal Facebook page that got me in trouble. Like I was saying, I'll just leave them up there. I won't even repeat what I said, but it was all in jest. But I do wonder if this is the one time, is this the time that his hairpiece has a chance of falling off underneath his space helmet? under the G's of takeoff or reentry. Yeah, he always has denied wearing a hairpiece, but we all know he wears a piece. But yeah, I've always been a fan of William Shatner, but I have questions. I'll just leave it at that. I mean, look at Caitlyn Jenner. Caitlyn Jenner had an accident not too long ago, kind of recently, that he's never answered for. I don't know, whatever. I just do basic research from what hasn't been scrubbed from the net. But anyway, I digress. The nostalgic toy of the week is Merlin. Merlin, also known as Merlin the Electronic Wizard, was a handheld electronic game first made by Parker Brothers in 1978. The game was invented by former NASA employee Bob Doyle, speaking of a mission to space, his wife Holly, and his brother-in-law Wendell Thomas. I guess it's Thomas, Thomis. Merlin is notable as one of the earliest and most popular handheld games, selling over 5 million units during its initial run, as well as one of the most long-lived remaining popular games throughout the 1980s. A version of Merlin was re-released in 2004 by the Milton Bradley Company. Merlin has the form of a rectangular device, red in color, and it's about 9.5 inches long and 3 inches wide. That's what she said. The play area of the game consists of a matrix of 11 buttons, and each button contains a red LED light. These buttons can either light up or flash. The array is encased in red plastic housing bearing the slight resemblance of an overgrown touch-tone telephone. 4 game selection and control buttons are also placed at the bottom of the unit. A speaker takes up the top section. Supporting electronics included a simple microprocessor are contained within the shell of the game. And Parker Brothers later released Master Merlin with more games and the rare Split Second, where all games involve time with a more advanced display, having line segments around the dots. Both of these shared the same general case shape and came out within a few years after Merlin. Merlin's sample array of buttons and lights supported play of 6 different games, some of which could be played against the computer or against another person. The games that can be selected are Tic-Tac-Toe, Music Machine, Echo, which is a game similar to Simon, like a memory game, Blackjack 13, a magic square pattern similar to Lights Out, and Mindbender, a game similar to Mastermind. The Music Machine game functions as a musical instrument. In this mode, each key is assigned a musical note and sequences of notes which can be recorded and played back. This makes Merlin one of the earliest digital sequencers, as well as an early consumer-level electronic synthesizer. In 1978, Merlin appeared with Milton Bradley Simon on the cover of the Christmas issue of Newsweek and the October issue of Boston Magazine. The Toy Manufacturers of America named Merlin the best-selling toy game item in America in 1980 with 2.2 million units sold. In its lifetime, it sold more than 5 million games. Here's a commercial from 1980. It's very brief. I think it's 30 seconds long for Merlin. This might bring back some memories. I am losing my voice. Whew. Yes, here it is. Merlin. I had one. Did you have one?
Merlin's a game that you can play. You can play it 6 different ways.
Some like to play at tic-tac-toe. Others can test their skill at Echo.
Some play a tune on Music Machine or try to play Blackjack 13.
Merlin is 6 electronic games in one. It's really fun for most everyone in the family. 6 penlight batteries not included.
With lights and sounds.
6 games in one.
Merlin's a game that's lots of fun.
Merlin, 6 electronic games in one. From Parker Brothers.
There you have it. Now it's time to play our weekly game. Let's see if I can get this for you. It's called Taglines, where I name a tagline and you name what it references to. And I like to play this little, shall we play a game from War Games, the movie from 1982. Okay, these are automobile and motorcycle taglines. So I will name, you just play amongst yourself, as I'm doing all the time. I don't have much of an audience right now because of the lateness of the hour. Right now as I'm live, it's 3:30 a.m. Atlanta, Georgia, Eastern Time. But let's start with an easy one, and this will get a little more difficult. This is just about, 15 taglines I'm going to read for you. Here's an easy one. Find new roads. Which automobile manufacturer is that? Find new roads. That's Chevrolet. Number 2, easy one. Drive safely. That's Volvo. Number 3, the new standard for the world. The new standard for the world. That's Cadillac. Number 4, go further. That's Ford. Number 5, the power of dreams. Honda. Number 6, the art of performance. The art of performance. That's Jaguar. Number 7, and this is the most difficult one, I think. Tagline, like nothing else. Hummer. Number 8, and this is my favorite, American by birth, rebel by choice. Harley Davidson. One of their many taglines and slogans. Number 9, at the sign of the cat. Mercury. Number 10, be small again. Be small again. Fiat, the Italian manufacturer. Not Maserati, Fiat. All right, built for the human race. That's Nissan. Number 12, built to protect. Volkswagen. Number 13 rather. Everyday vehicles that aren't. Everyday vehicles that aren't. That's a bit of a tricky one. It's Suzuki. Remember, they don't just make ATVs and dirt bikes. They make automobiles and have for some time. Motorbike of the century. That's Honda, specifically for the CB750 model. They also had a slogan, Performance First, which is the general Honda motorcycle and ATV tagline and slogan. And finally, this is an easy one, Zoom, zoom. Zoom, zoom. That's Mazda. Now, finally, it's time to talk comedy. And continuing our list of our favorite funny folks as we wind down the program tonight, here is Chelsea Handler. She's a bit controversial for some. I know she's not everyone's cup of tea, but I think she's hysterical and she's really, really, really attractive. So Chelsea Handler was born Chelsea Joy Handler on Tuesday, February 25th, 1975 in Livingston, New Jersey. And she's, of course, an American comedian, actress, author, television host, producer, and activist. She hosted the late night talk show. This is what I really loved and missed, Chelsea Lately on the E! Network from 2007 to 2014. And she released a documentary series, Chelsea Does, on Netflix in January 2016. Between 2016 and 2017, Handler hosted the talk show Chelsea on Netflix. In 2012, Time magazine named Chelsea Handler one of the 100 most influential people in the world on its annual Time 100 list. The youngest of 6 children of Rita, that's her mom, a homemaker, and Seymour Handler, who was a used car dealer. Her American father, well, I don't think this is right. I think this is wrong. I think her mother was Jewish. It says that her father, well, I'll just read this as is. Her American father was Jewish, and her German-born mother, who came to the United States in 1958, was Mormon. Okay. I thought her mom was Jewish, because if your mom's Jewish, you're Jewish automatically. I don't know. No, that's right. God, I am out of it. I'm sorry, folks. Yeah, okay. Of course, that is true when I'm reading. Hello. Her mother, sadly, was diagnosed with breast cancer in 1989 and battled the disease for over 15 years before passing away of it in 2006. Chelsea Handler was raised as a Reform Jew and had a bat mitzvah ceremony. She attended Livingston High School, where she was a reluctant student who objected to the school's student-teacher asshole ratio. That's a quote of hers. Handler has 2 sisters and 3 brothers. The eldest brother, Chet, this is really sad. He died when he was 21 in a hiking accident in Wyoming. And she was just 9 years old at the time. At age 19, Chelsea Handler moved from New Jersey to Los Angeles, where she lived in her aunt's home in Bel Air and pursued acting while working as a waitress to support herself. I remember she said on her TV show Chelsea Lately, she was in the American Woman music video that Lenny Kravitz did, the remake of the Guess Who hit. Anyway, probably in the background or something before she made it. At age 21, Chelsea Handler decided to pursue stand-up comedy after telling her story about driving under the influence to a class of other offenders who found it funny. Now, I first saw her on the Oxygen hidden camera prank show Girls Behaving Badly, which aired from 2002 to 2005, which was kind of similar to the classic Candid Camera Alan Funt show. And then I saw her, of course, on E! And on $1 Million Password on CBS, the game show in prime time. And she was playing the game, which was then hosted by Regis. Is that your final answer? Philbin. And she was in the very last episode of that primetime game show. Her comedy show, which was half-hour long, Chelsea Lately, was really hysterical. It was my kind of humor. In April 2006, Handler began hosting the Chelsea Handler Show on E!, which was before her half-hour comedy show, Chelsea Lately. And the Chelsea Handler Show lasted just 2 seasons. In 2007, Handler performed with Comedy Central's Hour stand-up comedy tour across the United States. Her stand-up comedy has also been televised on VH1's Love Lounge, Comedy Central's premium blend, and HBO's broadcast of the Aspen Comedy Festival. Chelsea Handler was a guest on The Red Eye with Greg Gutfeld, I don't remember that, and The View, and she co-hosted The View on April 2nd, 2007 and September 5th, 2008. On August 18th, 2010, it was announced that Handler would be the host of the 2010 Music Video Awards, the VMAs. The announcement was surprising to many, including MTV representatives, who claimed that the final decision was unexpected. This made Handler the second woman in the history of the VMAs to be the sole host of the ceremony after Roseanne Barr had done that in 1994. The event took place at the Nokia Theater in Los Angeles on September 12, 2010. I saw it. In July 2007, Handler began starring in her own half-hour late-night comedy series on E! Titled Chelsea Lately. It was a great show. The show proved to be a hit by averaging more than 500,000 viewers on cable, which is big on cable, since its premiere. Much more than the average. And, of course, the clips on YouTube helped her gain an audience, as well as her books. We'll get to that in a second. In a 28 interview, Chelsea Handler said, the worse the guests are, the more pathetic they are, the funnier the show is. And Chelsea Lately was broadcast weeknights. It's weeknights at 11, I remember, on the E! Network in the US, Canada, UK, Australia, Germany, and New Zealand. After more than 1,000 episodes, the final episode of Chelsea Lately aired on August 26th, 2014. I got some comedy clips of hers I'll play in a second. I think she's really funny. All right, this is getting kind of boring. But the thing I like, she would play a funny clip of Kelsey Grammer falling while he's talking on stage. She would show that a lot. Just look it up on YouTube. Kelsey Grammer falling while on stage. She doesn't get hurt or anything, but it's a really funny clip. Okay, the Chelsea Lately show did have a spinoff. It was like a mockumentary called After Lately, in which various cast members, writers, crew, and guests, and even hangers-on, unquote, quote unquote, of Chelsea Lately were shown bickering over trivial matters. It was scripted, it was just kind of a reality type show. Blah, blah, blah. And regular guests of Chelsea Lately included her buddy Reese Witherspoon, Jennifer Aniston, Jay Leno, Tori Spelling, Jenny McCarthy, Sharon Osbourne, Dave Grohl, Johnny Knoxville, and Jane Fonda. In 2007, Handler appeared in the internet-based program In the Motherhood with Leah and Jenny McCarthy. On September 8, 2008, it was announced ABC would be turning In the Motherhood into a series starring Jessica St. Clair. Okay, whatever. And she's a very successful New York Times #1 bestseller list author. Let's see. She has written 6 books, which have made the New York Times bestseller list, 5 of which have reached #1. Her first book, My Horizontal Life, a collection of one-night stands, was published in 2005, and it describes the variety of her sexual encounters that she's experienced throughout her life. Her second book, Are You There, Vodka? It's Me, Chelsea, in 2008, is a collection of humorous essays, and it hit the top of the New York Times nonfiction bestseller list on May 11th, 2008, with a print run of more than 350,000 copies. She went on a nationwide tour to promote her third book, Chelsea, Chelsea Bang Bang, which was released on March 9th, 2010. And Chelsea, Chelsea Bang Bang hit #1 on the New York Times nonfiction hardback bestseller list for March 21st, 2010. On November 15th, 2010, it was announced that Handler's publishers gave her own publishing imprint, Borderline Amazing, a Chelsea Handler book label, basically for books. She also signed a 3-book deal with imprint, the first of which is called Lies That Chelsea Handler Told Me, where her co-workers and family members discuss their experiences with Handler, which was released in May 2011 and also hit the top of the bestseller list. Are You There, Chelsea? Was also an NBC sitcom based on her 2008 best-selling book, Are You There, Chelsea? It's Me. Wait, Are You There, Vodka? It's Me, Chelsea. Jesus, which aired from January 11th to March 28th, 2012 on NBC. On May 11th, 2012, the network canceled it after just 1 season. Laura Prepon from That 70s Show played the main character, Chelsea Newman, a cocktail waitress, while Handler herself portrayed Chelsea's born-again Christian sister, Sloane, a married conservative new mom who had little in common with her carefree sister. Okay. Okay. And finally, some gosh darn comedy. But let me give you a quick update. All right. In August 2018, Handler revealed that she had begun working on a documentary for Netflix examining the concept of white privilege and the impact it had on her life's trajectory, titled Hello Privilege, It's Me, Chelsea, which was released in September 2019. Okay. Oh, God. And then in May 2020, Chelsea Handler announced she will produce and star. Welcome to the Biography Channel. Jesus. Announced that she will produce and star in a stand-up special for Warner Media's HBO Max. In it, she will discuss her life experiences regarding family, friendships, and therapy. Okay. Now I'm going to play some quick comedy of her in the beginning before she made it. This is from, I think, way back in 2001, before Girls Behaving Badly. But she's really funny. I've always liked her comedy. I've seen her comedy show live. She's hysterical. I don't always agree with everything she says, but there's no rules in comedy. No rules in comedy.
Please welcome the talented Chelsea Handler, everybody.
June 2001. This audio might be a little rough, and this is going to be R-rated. It kind of goes without saying this will be adult content, so you've been warned.
Thank you. For the first time, I called him. I was like, hey, why don't you come out and see one of my stand-up comedy shows? He's like, I don't know, are there going to be chicks there? I'm like, yeah, I don't know, I guess. I don't know if they're going to fuck you, but yeah. So anyway, I gotta keep the show clean because I got family here. So I was on the phone with my girlfriend today, telling her how I threw my back out masturbating. And she's like, ew, that's so disgusting. How are you doing it? Ew. It's like, listen, goody two-shoes, like you've never gotten yourself from behind. Nobody makes me feel like I do. After that, I decided to take my pizza to go. I went home and I went to see America's Sweethearts. Has anybody seen that pile of shit? Aren't you ladies sick and tired of these goddamn romantic love story pieces of shit coming out every 2 seconds? Making you feel like shit about your own life? It's like, I feel bad by myself. I don't need this shit, you know? And the other day I went to the wedding planner with J-Lo and and Hana fuck. Did anybody see that?
Potty mouth, I love it. The audio is a little rough there, so I will cut that short and play a more current clip of Chelsea Handler doing some stand-up comedy. Let me find that. 2 more clips, and then we'll call it a show. All right, because a lot of this stuff, you know, I've got to get permission to play this.
Get the fucking thing away from me. What are you doing? He's a human being almost. So back to Caldo. Hi, I see you. Are you rolling on acid or something? You look like it, and I appreciate that. So she met this guy, and he works at FedEx, and you would think he was like the tour manager for the Rolling Stones. She's like, my boyfriend works at FedEx. I don't know if you guys know what FedEx is. I don't know if you guys are into FedEx. I'm into FedEx if you like to mail shit, you crazy bitch, okay? Everybody knows what FedEx, and they went ice skating like a couple of assholes. Like, if you met a grown man alone on a Saturday night on a pair of skates, you're thinking, oh, I'm not gonna let this tiger get away? Did you drive away in his pink Mazda Miata? I mean, come on. And she's just so annoying about it. You go to weddings and you're like, oh my God, you know, and you sit there and you're like, first of all, they go on their honeymoon, you finally think it's over. The idea is not to make everybody at the wedding hate you, you know? And when the girlfriends are all sitting there talking, oh my God, look at this dress, blah, blah, blah. It's like, they come back from the wedding and they're like, oh, maybe we can have a game night some night. Maybe we can meet somebody. It's so sad for you. You're always hooking up with strangers. It's so sad, Chelsea. It's so sad. I'm like, it's called happy hour. It's not that sad. Like, I'm gonna come over and play Parcheesi as like a 34-year-old woman. Like, I'm not doing a fucking kickstand off the bed, okay? I'm not playing game night. I'd rather take a bubble bath with Flava Flav.
That's bad.
Low blow?
Yeah.
So dumb. You know what's bad when you're single is watching romantic comedy movies. You feel like such shit about yourself. And you watch these movies and you're like, what? That would never fucking happen in real life. And then if you have a boyfriend, you're pissed at him. And if you don't, you're pissed at him. And if you have a husband, you're like, you fucking asshole. You would never come rescue me if I passed out on the street and a dumpster fell on my head and Matthew McConaughey was running around the corner. It's like all these Jennifer Lopez movies. I watched that old stupid Wedding Planner, and she's like, she trips over like a leaf, and she's like passed out. And Matthew McConaughey comes. He's like, I'm a doctor. I love you. When does shit like that happen in real life? I fall all the time. You know who comes and gets me? The bouncer. Telling me to pack my shit up and go home. He's not like, hey, when can we see each other again? That doesn't happen. You know how many times when you break up with somebody, you plan on seeing them, you're like, yeah. You know, I'm gonna see this motherfucker tonight, watch this. He's gonna be pissed. He's gonna be pissed that he saw me. Watch this outfit. You know where you end up at 4 in the morning at the drive-thru to Taco Bell with no car? And they won't give you the taco. Yeah. Why do I have to be in a car? Also, you work at Taco Bell. Give me the taco. Give me the fucking. Give it to me. What if I was on a horse with a window? Well, obviously, I shouldn't be driving. Give me the taco. I was responsible coming here on foot. What is your problem? Why won't they serve you if you're in a car? If I'm coming through your window on foot, I think I'm being a good citizen. Sorry, we can't give it to you until you're in a car. Well, I don't have a car anymore. It's the worst. So embarrassing. People like, Chelsea, if you wake up at Jack in the Box, that's your rock bottom. I'm like, I don't think so, okay? I've hit rock bottom plenty of times. I've woken up next to a billy goat. You don't just give up. You have to push through. You know where you do run into them? At 3 o'clock in the morning at Rite Aid. When you're ringing up gas X and corn removers. And you see your ex-boyfriend, you're like, hi. It's like, what's going on here? It's like, oh. These are from my grandmother. It's like, they're both dead. I'm like, one of them came back. Her ass is on fire. from like ass problems when you're on a date. You can never admit, like you can never say, oh, hey, sorry, took a big dump. You can't ever say that. Like if you would never ever pretend, like even if the bathroom reeked, like you would just go, oh God, I guess somebody broke into your one-bedroom apartment. It's weird. It's weird. Obviously the window's open, so obviously it was your cleaning lady. I mean, that's weird. You would never be like, oh, sorry, like you're on a plane, if you do a silent fart, you're not gonna be like, sorry, I tooted. No, you make a follow-up sound immediately, like, you would never go, sorry, I farted. The person would be like, why are you fucking talking to me? It's like a girl, like there's always a girl at college that goes to the bathroom on the floor and then passes out behind it and wakes up. It's like, who wants coffee? And you're like, not you. Take a look at what you did. You need to take a semester at sea.
That's good stuff. One more clip, and then we'll call it a night for the week, and call it a week for the Nostalgic Podblast. Another quick clip of Chelsea Handler performing stand-up. Only 3 minutes long.
You know when you're dating somebody, like the first couple times, like weeks or something, you're dating into a new relationship and you go to the bathroom, and you know, sometimes girls don't know if it's going to be like a number 1 or number 2 Z. Sometimes it's both. Sometimes it's a double jackpot. You're like, oh. Like you go down for one and you're like, oh, whoa, 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 something's creeping out here. And you don't know. You don't always know is what I'm saying. So it's not our fault, okay? And you're dating a guy, and I was dating this guy for, you know, like a couple weeks. I don't even think we had had sex yet, which is very weird for me. So that can't be. So I don't know. But anyway, so I went in the bathroom, and of course, you know, I was like, thought I was peeing, and then I was like, oh, exclamation point, no. And I was like, oh my God, what am I, you know, and I start flushing right away like you do. You're like, oh my God, get away. And you're like, okay, ooh, and you're like dancing around, waving it, and like, it's an apartment, it's a 1-bedroom apartment. I'm like, where's the window? It was like up here. I'm like, oh my God, it's hot in here. It's getting hotter and hotter. It's like hot, you know. And I'm like, oh my God. And I come out, I'm like, hey, you wanna go get something to eat, like quickly? And he's like, did you just take a dump?
Oh, jeez.
It's like, no, I didn't. Oh, that's pretty disgusting that you even say that. Why would you say that? Why? What's your problem? What's your problem? Did you take a dump? Did you take a dump in your pants while I was in the bathroom? Did you take a dump, you sicko, huh? What did you do? What did you do? What are you scared of? Why are you attacking? People are so annoying. Or people who have babies and then talk in months. Like they talk in baby talk, and they'll ask, I say, oh, how old's your son? And he's like, 72 months. I'm like, what? I don't even know what that adds up to. I'm like, 7 times 6. I'm like, 6? Is he 8? What is 72? You can't talk like that. Can you imagine being a grown-up at a bar, meeting a guy and being like, 418 months. Come and get it. Fucking talking about stupid. Thank you very much. I'm Chelsea. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much for coming out. I really appreciate it.
Not for everybody, but I got to tell you, I've been to her one of her shows, like I mentioned, and she'd have like a book signing event, and she had legions of young ladies. I mean, thousands of fans lining up to get an autograph. It was just unbelievable how popular she was and still is. Anyway, but again, not for everybody. And she's made some pretty out there statements and stuff, but hey, her comedy cannot be beat. And if you're watching on the Nostalgic Podblast YouTube channel or in Facebook Live or whatever, where you can see this on camera, there's a still picture I talked about last week when I talked about the new James Bond movie that I found. I was trying to find it live last time, and it's of Lee Majors with Farrah Fawcett, his wife at the time, and it's kind of like a James Bond type photo, and it's kind of obnoxious. He's got all these models around him, and he's wearing a tuxedo. But I got a friend, his name's Hunter, and Hunter, when he was younger, looked like Lee Majors in that picture. Anyway, I digress. But I appreciate you putting up with me for 4 hours. Man, I think there's going to be another show this week, actually, on the road. So, and then Nostalgic Podblast with Danny, our friend Danny, thinking about maybe doing a show with him. And thank you for tuning in, and catch the new Bond movie. I thought it was a great send-off for Daniel Craig. No Time to Die in theaters now. It was very, very enjoyable. So we'll catch you next time on the Nostalgic Podblast. Have a great, great rest of your week.